What's up, guys? How you doing? Just trying to get the lighting right. Yeah, okay, this is cool. The best I'm gonna get it. Wait, so how's the lighting, man? Natalia, how you doing? I put one of your comments up in my community post. How's the lighting, guys? Man, got the lighting, and the lighting is crazy. What's going on with you guys today, man? Good morning, good afternoon. How's everything going? You rocking out with the one and only Philly Dom, man. I'm out here in New York City, man. I want to talk with you guys about the migrant crisis and traveling because I don't know if you guys know it or if you don't know that I'm a travel vlogger out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I'm in New York documenting the crisis, the migrant crisis, and I'm noticing that I'm getting a lot of comments regarding that because if you've been watching my content, I've been doing YouTube videos for years now, a couple years now, and everybody knows me as a travel content creator. And this migrant crisis situation came out of nowhere, and I'm doing these migrant crisis videos. So it started like throwing people off, and they're like, "Well, what type of content creator you are?" I'm a travel vlogger. That's my content. But the migrant content is actual travel videos in many different ways. And you're like, Philly Dom, how's that possible? They're traveling from their country for because of persecution or whatever to come to the United States. That's traveling. And also, I've been to a couple of their countries, a couple of countries that the migrants have come from. I've been to their countries. So I know the struggle and I know what they go through in their country. I've been to Haiti, Dominican Republic, I've been to El Salvador, I've been to Brazil, I've been to Colombia. When I was in Colombia, it was a lot of Venezuelans there because that's the country right next door. So they're fleeing persecution and different things like that. So I'm doing these videos to enlighten you guys and letting you guys know what's going on. These videos have taken off. That's why I'm doing a lot of these videos. People like, so are you a travel vlogger or are you this or are you that? Um, I'm a travel vlogger, but the videos have taken off. How you doing? He said, hi, all, how you doing? And then Natalia said, I saw that. How are you? All is well, all is good. I can't complain. Everything is going good. I'm just doing these migrant videos. I'll keep doing the migrant videos. I'll just add it to my repertoire. At one time, I was doing videos. I was doing videos about me working in Alaska. I worked in Alaska in the seafood industry, so I did videos about that. I do videos about everything that's going around me. Everybody that's watching the video, make sure you share the video and make sure you get a video like. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. While we watching this video, I'm gonna try to do something right now. I didn't put no tags in there. It's a YouTube thing with the tags. I didn't put no tags in there, so I'm gonna try to see if I can put some tags in the video for you guys. Um, Let me see. Um, Let me see something. I'm working right now to put some tags in the video. I forgot to do that when I started the video. Most YouTubers don't even put tags in their videos now, but your boy Philly Dom does. And then we'll keep talking about the migrant situation. And while I'm doing travel videos, I'm gonna stop doing travel videos. I'm not gonna stop doing travel videos. But since I've been here in the States, it's a hot topic. Plus, it affects anybody that pays taxes. The struggle is real, so it's something that needs to be addressed. There we go. Now I'm back to you guys. Boom. I just put them in there. Wow. Instantly that came up. Interesting. 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 Okay, let's see what you guys got to say. Desire said, I work close by shelters in Midtown on 44th Street. Okay. The migrants in the subway selling their Metro cards. That's where given to them by the government. Disgraceful. Yeah, but they need money, man. You know what I mean? Everything, I'm not going to like down the migrants for that. They need money, man. I know they're giving it to them by the government, but the problem is right now they're not working, man. So they need money, man. So that's why, some of them commit crime. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, not selling your cars, but when you're in a new country, you need money. The immigration process is slow right now. It's not moving fast as they want it to move. So, the struggle is real for the migrants, man. What can they say? They going through the struggle, man. It's real. It's real. Can you guys see me clearly, man? I'm here at the complex where I'm staying. I just want to know if you guys can see me clearly and can you hear me clearly? So the struggle is real. And also, guys, make sure you give the video a like. Everybody watching should be able to give the video a like and also share the video on Facebook and different media outlets. We'll be on lives a lot today. Does said too many hotels in Manhattan or shelters. If you have a reservation, you may not get your room paid for. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's not all the hotels. A lot of people ask me that. Is it a lot of? It's a lot of hotels. It's not all of them, but it's a nice little percentage of hotels that they're using for my. It's a nice, pretty. I don't know the percentage on it in the city, but it's a nice little percentage. John said, ask a lion if he has haters, life if it won't. Okay, wait. Ask lion if he hates life. It won't. It won't make. Let me see. Let me see. Only why they hate is to go against God's with. Oh wow. I agree with you, John. I had to like piece that together what you were saying, but I do agree with you, my brother. Chad, clear as a okay. Thank you. Dawn said, "You look good, Philly. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." Yeah, man. So that's what's going on, man. So a lot of people confused because I'm doing, a lot of migrant videos, but I've been doing them lately because I've been here in New York, have family members in school here. A lot was going on, so that's why I started doing the migrant videos because my travel videos wasn't working in the city. I'm a travel vlogger. Go back, you can look at my videos from Haiti, Dominican Republic, Mexico, El Salvador, Panama, Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic. The list goes on and on. So I'm mixing, I'm intertwining them. And like I said before, um, the other day I did a video on Amazon. My boy, Master Wayne, he does videos on how to open your own Amazon store online. So I had him come on and do a presentation about that. Also, when I worked in Alaska in the seafood industry, I did videos on that. Obviously, I did a whole bunch of travel videos. That's what the channel about. And now I'm doing migrant videos. So Amazon's been on my channel, migrant videos, Alaska videos, working in Alaska in the seafood industry, and travel videos to the different places I go to. With a YouTube channel, you can add on and take away, but it's a big topic. And the more I talk about the topic and the more I do the topic, more people want more information about the topic. They always ask me to do this about the topic. They always ask me to talk about this about the topic. So I said, well, I might as well keep doing it. And the videos are doing good. Shout out to my boy Philly, Vision 215. He came up with the idea and told me I should do videos on the migrant crisis. Also, Big Hawk Yonkers native, he was the first one to bring it to my attention in New York. He was telling me that they had a big migrant situation here. And little did I know, when they say migrant, they make it sound so fancy. It's just the title for a refugee or illegal alien. the migrants that they're talking about are illegal aliens or refugees. And they come here to get a better life because they're getting persecuted in their country. And I didn't know, me going around to the different migrant shelters, that would be so important. Now people asking me to go to other shelters, so they're giving me addresses to go there and to record at other different shelters. So that's what I've been doing with the channel. I've been going around and going to the different shelters and different places like that. Bad said, hello, Philly. Shout out to you. Shout out to Big Hawk. Yes, indeed. I might get Big Hawk to come on here in a little bit. Tan said Americans don't travel that much. That's true. A lot of Americans don't really travel that much, so they don't really understand what's going on in these countries like Haiti and stuff like that. Haiti is a prime example right now. Haiti's a prime example right now of what you call it? What do you want to call it? Political asylum. The gangs have taken over the country. The gangs are actually running the country right now. It's a guy named Barbecue. It's a gang member out of Port-au-Prince, Haiti. He's basically running the country right now. The gangs have taken over the country, man. So people can't work. They can't do this. They can't do that. So Haiti's in big turmoil right now. Richard said, finally caught alive. Shout out to you, Rich. I'm glad you was able to catch alive. I'm sure plenty of migrants are C9, I guess C9 migrants for better lives. Yes. I also am sure plenty are not. Keep up the content. Thank you. Yes, man. Yeah, Richard, man, they talking to me. You know, people are upset that, not everybody, but if you look at my community posts, always post different comments in the community posts, and you know, some people are upset that I'm doing migrant videos instead of travel videos. They want me to, you know, leave the country. They want me to go other places because people know me that for many years until, you know, this year I've been stationed. Well, last year I've been stationary part of the year, more than half of the year, maybe like 7 to 8 months. I was stationary in New York doing these migrant crisis videos, and the videos are doing good. And like I said, once again, if somebody just came on the live, make sure you hit the like button. And like I was saying, that people want to see that type of content. Never in a million years did I know people wanted to see that type of content. I just thought I was doing a good service to the people of New York City and, you know, throughout the United States that are dealing with this migrant crisis. But I never realized that it would spread like this. So, you know, it's a battle now between me being a travel vlogger and a migrant crisis, NYC Migrant Crisis content creator. So it's kind of I'm in a weird spot right now, man. Chris said they are not being persecuted in their country. They're coming here for a better life from 170. Okay, it's 173 different countries now. They know they will get a lot of free stuff. Chris, some of them are, man. There's no way you could not watch the news and not see what's going on in Haiti, man. Come on. I mean, some of them are. That's why they are getting persecuted in their country. The gangs are running Haiti. So it's some people that are applying for political asylum are in the right to do it, man. It's dangerous there, man. The gangs can kill you at any given time, man. If they don't like what you believe in, they can kill you at any given time. Tan said, you got to do what's best for you. Glad to see your channel is successful. Tagan. I'm saying name right. Let me know if I'm saying name right. Tagan, thank you. Does said Tyson Chicken is hiring, I guess, 5,200 for their plants, 16 per hour, and will cover housing. They just need to leave NYC for the jobs. And Mayor Adams won the right to the shelter. No limit to New Yorkers only. Okay. I apologize. Sometimes my reading ain't the best, man. I'll be trying to read some of the comments. Sometimes the way you guys type it sometimes comes out weird and it's hard to read it. Hagen said, yep, okay. I left years ago and I haven't been back, but I understand your point. I left when the United States was still doing well, but I knew it would change. No taxes for me overseas. I hear you, man. Where you at, man? Taking where you at? And then Troy said, Big Hawk looks like Sugar from the Luke Cage TV station. Oh, wow. Cool vibes. I know what that is. Chris said, what happens when the gangs from Haiti come to the U.S.? Chris, that's a good question. They won't, man. They won't. These gangs are trying to fight for political issues in their country. They're not coming to the U.S. to do anything. If they come here, and they won't because they won't be able to get the visas because of that, what they're involved with. But it'll be hardworking Haitians that come here, man. Most of the Haitians that come to the U.S. are hardworking Haitians. Some do get involved with crime. No culture, no group, no country of people are exempt from crime. It's Haitians getting deported all the time. But most Haitians come here for a better life and to try to survive. But they are definitely now getting persecuted in that country. Chris, you're comparing Venezuela situation to Haiti. It's two different types of situations. And believe it or not, the Venezuelans are getting persecuted in the country. That's why they're coming here now. But it's two different types of situations. Christian, you need hooked on phonic. Christian, yeah, I do. My reading ain't the best, as you can see. I'm messing up. Yeah. Natalia said, I have learned a lot from your videos and have enjoyed them. Thank you so much, Natalia. Appreciate you. Tan said, here in Vietnam, then off to Malaysia next week. I'll keep it moving. That's what's up. Dan Gee, keep it moving, man. Keep it moving and travel, man. Traveling is the best, how can I say this? The best teacher in life, traveling. You get to see how people, what they eat, how they talk, what they're into. It just opens your minds and your horizon. It opens your mind to different things, man, that makes this life worth living. Don said hi. 1999 said good afternoon. Shout out to you. Kristen said I have a program called Love How to Read. If you have a program called Love How to Read, Kristen, get it to me, man, so you can help me. Get it to me, Kristen. I greatly appreciate it. And Valentina, shout out to Valentina. Is that your office? Yes, this is my office. Yes, indeed, this is my office. What is it? Granny said, didn't Biden administration flew Haitians back in 2020? Well, Haitians out of all the migrants, they always get the most trouble. They always deporting Haitians. And, it's not for criminal act. They just, a whole bunch of them come here at a time because the country is not stable. When your country is not stable and you have a whole bunch of problems, guess where you're going to flee? You're going to flee to the United States. You're going to flee to Canada. You're going to try to go to Europe. And that's what Haitians are doing. So if they can help fix Haiti once and for all, the Haitians wouldn't flee their country. They would stay there. This is where you get these people doing political asylum when they're struggling, and there's no rest, and there's always problems in their country. Troy said, I know more about what's going on because of you and Big Hawk. No problem. Glad we could be there for you. The news seems to be one step behind you guys. Yeah, well, the news, they only can show different things, man. I don't know, they get a paycheck from the different news stations, so they have to be real careful what they show and how they deliver the message. When you're a content creator, you have more flexibility to be more real. Like one little thing the news never brings up, and I always bring this up, and the news never brings up. You have some hotels, and the news never brings this up. You have some hotels that have locals, homeless people, and migrants in the same hotel. but the news never brings that up. So some facilities, because there's so many migrants here, and I don't blame them. There's so many migrants here, illegal migrants, illegal aliens, refugees, whatever you want to call them. It's so many here in the country, so many here in the country right now. In places like New York and Chicago, that places like New York, they're just putting them everywhere. So some of them do get mixed with the local homeless people. Not all of them. I'm not going to say it's a big percentage, but it is a percentage from me going to all the different shelters. I know this firsthand. I even talk to people at different hotel shelters, and somebody told me that they had homeless and they had migrants. And then they even had a hotel, can't make this up. They didn't have homeless, but they had locals. I mean, not local travelers, people that come went from out of town and they stay in the hotel. So they have the regular tourists that come to New York, and they have migrants all staying in one hotel. I can't make this up. This is stuff that the news don't tell you. So yeah, I see how we like one step ahead. Like tonight, I'm gonna go to there's a shelter not too far from where I live at. I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna record like the last hour to see if they going in, see if they have curfew at 11, and seeing if the migrants are going in at 11 and following the curfew. Natalia said, "It's ignorance, it's bliss. Slap the smile off my face." I hear you on that, man. And then Christy said, "Homeless vouchers hard to come by." Yes, indeed, man. It's a struggle. They have no places to put these people. That's why they need to work on something to get the community, not the community, but get the immigration community to start processing the migrants so they can get them working, and the ones that don't need to be here, deport them. Granny said, "I feel sorry for these people, but we can't take care of the world. It takes away from the FBA, Fundamental Black Association." What is that, Granny? Everybody always says that. Natalia said, "We have America and veterans who need help so badly." Yes, indeed. And they're forgotten, man. That's why I keep doing these videos. I keep going live and doing these videos to the point that people are asking me, "Philly Don, why are you doing migrant videos over travel videos?" Because I'm trying to make awareness and keep it out there. Because this situation is not going nowhere and it's affecting everybody. And like I said, another thing I say, you don't have to live in New York City. You don't have to live in Chicago. You don't have to live by one of the border states. You don't have to live in San Diego. You don't have to live in LA. You don't have to live in Seattle, Washington. This will affect you one way or the other. Because a couple months ago, 2023, December, over 300,000 migrants crossed our borders, the U.S. borders, in 1 month. So, and that's just the numbers you tell you. They ain't going to tell you everything. The numbers might be a lot higher than that, man. Tan said, "Get your passport, start a YouTube channel, and live. I guess leave." I hear you on that. Christy said, "I was homeless in 2021. They told me they didn't give vouchers to single women." Wow. Well, they giving a whole bunch of them out now. Winnie R said, "Hey guys and girls, not feeling too well today." Winnie R, what's wrong with you? Why you not feeling good? Talk to us. Why you not feeling good? Talk to us. Also, I'm in the office. Did you guys hear echo? Because people complain about everything on these comment sections. They complain about everything. "Oh, Philly Don, where you at? Is an echo. Oh, Philly Don, this is that." They find something to complain about. The last outlaw said, "There is South and Midwest everywhere." Yes, indeed, it is. I don't even know why I'm yawning. I'm not tired, but they are, man. Once again, if you guys are watching, make sure you hit the like button. We're talking about me. If you just tuned in, about me being a travel vlogger out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Some people want me to do more migrant videos. Other people are happy that I'm doing the migrant series and letting you, update me and Big Scott updating you, letting you guys know about everything. God, I said, doing a great job, great, great job live. Love, I guess, love the channel. Cool vibes, man. Thank you so much. Richard said, Laslav, I was listening from another room. Did I hear you say people would come to Canada if America was the same? Laslav, we are so screwed in Canada. I hope the border south, they would stop us. Okay, I hear you on that. Yes, indeed. Bass said, I don't hear anything. It's quiet as a church. Okay, weekend day. Okay. Come people complain, I see the comment section and I read it. Some content creators don't read their comment section. I actually read my comment section, man. I actually read it and I actually try to find out what's going on. I'll be like on top of it. Tan said, Granny, I wouldn't say go where your budget. I would say go where your budget takes you. Troy said, Cash Jordan is another New York content creator. He takes an unbiased approach to the happenings in New York. Yeah, we just reporting it as journalists. We report it. Sometimes we do give our opinion. Big Hawk said, what do you say? If Donald Trump was in office, this wouldn't happen. Let me say it again. If Donald Trump was in office, this wouldn't happen. So shout out to Big Hawk. But me, I'm more like, I just want to let you guys know what's going on. That's why I said I'll go out tonight and I record so you guys can see what's going on out here in these real streets of New York City. Wow, Tan said I seen a woman living in the trunk of a car. Yeah, the struggle's real, man. Struggle's real. Once again, everybody get these likes up, man. Get these likes up, man. Get these likes up. Get these likes up. And also, let me give you my IG, man. You can always reach out to me on IG. There you go. That's my IG. You can always reach out to me on IG. Tan said, but Trump was in office, and I heard the complaints when I was in Thailand. So they don't know why you guys want him back. Tan, they think, he's better off. He's better off. He's better off being a president than Biden. That's what they're saying. Granny said, I agree with you, Philly. Then Winnie R said, hit the like button, please. It's much appreciated and it's free, you all. Hit the like button and share my videos. Share my videos on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Share them everywhere, man. But yeah, that's the problem, man. They think Trump is the better person for the office because now they got, 4 years of somebody else. And now people realizing that, Trump might have been a better person. Jay said, I live in rural Oregon. Shout out to rural Oregon. I own 5 properties, didn't have problems with tenants popping up on properties with illegals until the last 2 years. Wow. And Bass said, we need Trump back. America was in better shape with him. The streets of NYC were way safer. Yes, indeed, because the subway crimes have gone up in New York, man. I think they already tied with last year already in 1 month. Tan said, I heard a nickname for Biden was Joe Crow, lots of laugh. They call him everything. They call him all sorts of names, man. Shout out to retired V in the building. He said, last outlaw said, obviously, yeah. Tan said, I left in 2016, brother. I don't know what is going on there. Obama was in office when I left. Judith said, hey, phillydom, sending love and protection for you. Family, keep up. Okay. Thank you. And Tan said you left what in 2016? Wow. Left in 2016, man. So my question to you today, we're gonna bounce around between travel and migrant. I'm a travel content creator. Check out my channel, did a whole bunch of travel videos. Now I'm doing some migrant videos. I'm still traveling. I was in Belize 2 times this year already for a couple weeks at a time. Forgot my thought. What I was gonna say. Do you think I should keep putting out more migrant videos or slow down on the migrant videos and put out more travel videos? What do you guys think? I already know what I'm going to do, but I like to hear what you guys think. So slow down on the migrant videos and put out more travel videos, or keep going with the migrant videos. And my heart tells me to go with the migrant videos. What do you guys think? John said, okay. And Stretch Brother said, set yourself free. Yeah. Big Hawk said, peace to you all. Yes, indeed. Scotty S said, migrants. Okay, see? So I'm going to keep doing the migrant video. I hear people saying that. Winnie R said, I want to visit Alaska, Las Vegas, and I want to see Wells in the wild. Okay. Ryder said, my family has the opportunity to move to Puerto Rico and South Africa. I just don't know much about living in those places. Puerto Rico's a cool place. I actually been to Puerto Rico, and then I had a whole bunch of friends that traveled to South Africa. So both places are cool. You can't go wrong with both places. Dawn said migrants. Okay. Valentina said migrants. Retire V said migrants. All right, I'm gonna keep doing the migrant videos, man, because they're working. I'm thinking about writing a book on the migrant crisis. Just giving my opinion since I'm a travel vlogger that's doing migrant crisis video, not to give too much facts and stuff, but why I'm writing books, why I'm recording a migrant crisis, what's going on, what I see in my own 2 eyes, just based on the eyes of phillydom. I won't be talking about too much, but I'll just focus on what I do and everything like that. What do you guys think of that? Big Hawk said, just at work. Shout out to Big Hawk at work, man. Big Hawk is the man. Shout out to Big Hawk. Mr. I say prehistorical. What happens? What brings you the most success? May God show you the way. The migrant videos are bringing the most success right now. I have some travel videos, a lot of travel videos, man, that are doing good, but the migrant videos are bringing the most success. Last outlaw says South Africa, do your research. It's he, I don't know, I want to say it's hell on earth. I don't know. It's a little dangerous in South Africa, but I mean, you'll still be all right there. Valentina said, I left Brooklyn 2 years ago after 25 plus years. I have a country life now, chickens, gardening. You inspired me to do homestead channel. You should do it, Valentina, man. You should do it. You got time, you should do it. Once again, shout out to Big Hawk. And then Wayne R said, Philly, but you are a traveler. Yes, I am a traveler. 100%. I love traveling. That's my heart. That's my passion. I like going to other countries. I like going to other places, studying the country, learning about their foods, learning about how the people live. Uh, check out if the stereotypes are true or false. The lifestyle, if it's the country is poor, is it rich? I try to learn everything I can learn about the country. Yeah, and I just happen to cover what I'm seeing. Yes, indeed. That's all I've been doing is actually covering what I'm seeing, and people like that type of content. That's why I keep doing it. But I don't want to feel like I turn my back on people that, originally came to the phillydom channel because of travel. But like I said, I always added something else into my channel. Maybe that's why I have this longevity, because I know how to pivot and change up every now and then. And I'm not scared to take chances. I'm not scared to jump out on a limb. I'm not scared to jump out on a limb. So I don't know. I don't know. I started doing the migrant crisis videos and they doing good. So that's why I keep doing them. So that's how it is, man. Retired V said, I just heard about Tyson's food. Yeah, that's a good opportunity. And then Natalia said, the big thing is you can't make a lot of people happy. No, you can't make a lot of people happy. And I'm trying to be a people pleaser and stuff like that. And I'm learning that you can't make a lot of people happy. So you have to just make sure your health is, make sure you're happy and you're doing what you want to do. Retired V said you can do both. I've been doing both. When I've been in Belize, I walked around in my walk and talk videos to show the area where I'm at, to show you how Belize is. And then when I had time, I went on live and did like migrant videos to let everybody know what's going on. So you can do both. Definitely for sure you can do both. Winnie R said they can't handle the truth. Lots of laughs. Rogers, shout out to you. That's what I want to do. Little homestead life. That's what's up. When you say homestead life, just like staying at your home or homestead Florida, educate me. Sometimes my mind ain't right. Exactly. Natalia said Trump 24, and then Big Hawk said Trump 24 ASAP. Yeah, because the struggle is real right now, man. The struggle is it's real right now, man. It's real. It's real. It's real. Hold on for a second. Something I forgot. How could I forget that? Just doing something on the computer real quick. I'm still here with you guys. Let me see. I'll do something to the video. It should have been on the video, but I don't know how I missed that, man. That's definitely not gonna do it. Hold on. I'm here with you guys. It's tightening something up on the video, that's all. Tightening something up. Hmm. I'll just go back here. So much to do when you do this content, man. And then, guys, don't forget I have books on Amazon as well. I have books on Amazon as well. Here we go back. I have books on Amazon as well. I always got to remember to tell you guys that. And I will be getting some new hats on. These hats are faded and gone. Had them for a while now, man. So I'm definitely gonna get some more hats and stuff to wear, man. Tone said, "Big up, Philly Dom and Big Hawk." Yes, indeed, man. So I want you guys to know today that I will keep doing mining videos, but I will do travel videos too. Like I said, I can do both. I can do both. I can do both. But it's been a big deal in the comment section. People kept talking about it and everything. Let me read some of you guys' comments, man. Don't forget to support the channel any way you can. Wallace said, don't want to sound harsh or mean, but I don't care about what's going on. Jay Yee, man, thank you for the $50, man. Jay Yee, thank you for the $50. He said, keep up the great work. Stay safe on your travels. Thank you so much, Jay Yee. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $50 super chat. That made my day, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. I greatly, 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 greatly appreciate you, J.E. Also, guys, I always got to remember this. People always tell me to do this, and I always forget. Support the YouTube channel. Support the YouTube channel via Cash App. People always tell me to do this, and I never do it. I got to do it more when I first start the live. Always. Thanks again, Jay. Appreciate you. Boom. Wait, there you go. Wait. The heck? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, man. Thank you again, Jay. Thank you so much. I'm gonna post this up, pin this comment up real quick. Oh man. There you go. Dark Side 44 said, hit the like button, folks. Hit the like button. Shout out to Dark Side 44 coming on the live. Dark Side, if you have some time, you can come on the live and talk with me. You can talk on the live. You can talk about me doing the migrant content and the travel content and whatever else that you want to talk about. Let me know. I know Big Hawk is at work right now. Whiny R said, phillydom, homesteading. Oh, homesteading. Yeah, living off the grid, growing your own food. Okay. Homesteading. Okay, because I got a good friend that I worked at Walgreens with back in the day, Clifford Scott, and he's from Homestead. So I always thought you were saying something about Homestead, Florida. Sometimes I apologize. My mind is just going sometime. Dark Star 44. Let me know if you want to come on live and talk for a little bit. Let me know. Just say yes in the comment and I'll try to reach out to you. Or you can call me. You got the number. Just let me know. You have an interesting perspective on a lot of different things. Wow, it's still wow, interesting. Okay, Dark Star said yes. We got our first guest coming on here, Dark Star 44. Let me try to call her. And she's out of Texas. Texas. I don't know if she rides a Lexus, but she's out of Texas. She's gonna talk, but yeah, hold on. Oh, let's see it. I'm calling her now. Boom, 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 boom.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. A little froggy this morning, but I'm living.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because you're in Texas, so I know the time is what, it's 1:36 here in New York. So what are you guys doing with you? Like 1 hour behind, right?
Yeah, it's 12:30 here and rainy in Texas.
Oh wow, no, it's not raining outside. If you look behind me, we have some sun out and the weather's been good, so I can't complain. I can't complain about that. I can't complain.
Well, we need the rain here in Texas.
Wow. That's
It's
all
been
right.
it's been good to have a little bit of rain, a little bit of quietness.
Uh-huh.
It kind of reminds me of New England right about now.
Okay, uh-oh. We talking
Feeling
Boston, we talking Martha's Vineyard, that area.
I'm talking Connecticut.
Okay. Oh, Connecticut. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's all in that one area. Yeah.
Yeah,
Connecticut's up there.
I was born in Connecticut, raised
Cool.
in New York.
That's all right.
So when it gets a little rainy like this, I feel a little homesick.
Oh, okay. It reminds you of it. Okay, sounds good. Chris.
So how's things going, man?
Everything is going good. I was just like, if you look at the title, I put the title today, like, what is it? Shocking truth, shocking reality, something like NYC Migrant Crisis over travel. Because I'm a travel vlogger. I started off traveling, doing a lot of travel videos, but lately, I had, family responsibilities, daddy duty. So I had my son here with me. So I was stationary. I wasn't able to, go to different places in different countries. So that's how I felt. That's why I started doing the migrant videos, because it made sense and it was something that, affects everybody around me. But, you have people that have been watching the channel forever and they kind of upset that I focus on migrant videos and not traveling videos. So that's where I'm at with it today.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, and it's something that's current events. It's something that affects travel, and it affects the people around you. So you got to do what you got to do. Report how you feel it's necessary.
Yeah, that's true, and that's what I feel. And my favorite saying is, this topic, the migrant topic, affects everybody. If you are an American citizen, a green card holder, and you pay taxes in the United States of America, trust me, even if their migrants are not in your city or in your state like that, this will affect you until they get this under control, one way or another, one way or the other. I promise anybody that's out there, like, they can challenge me on this. Like, this will affect you one way or another. Because I know some people like, I'm from a red state, none of this, man, we don't play that. And even when they vote for the next president and everybody wants Trump to get in office, it's still going to take time for them to dismantle this situation that we're in. There's not like a magic wand. When they come in, they just tap something and everything fixes itself back.
It's not gonna work that way.
Yeah.
I mean, as I stated before, Trump is gonna be a lame duck president. And what I mean by that, that's gonna be his final term.
Yeah.
4 years and that's it. And right now, they're trying desperately to, we have a slim margin of Republicans in the House. They're trying to, the Democrats are trying to take over the Senate. If the Democrats take over the Senate, Donald Trump is not going to be able to push anything through to have laws changed.
And people need to hear that.
And that's going to be unfortunate. But the only thing that he will be able to do is to do things by executive order, the same way Biden did.
Okay.
Biden signed 112 executive orders within his first year in office.
100 and what? How many again? 100 and what?
112 executive orders.
Golly, that's a lot. I mean, I don't know everything about the politics of everything, but that sounds like a lot.
He has signed more executive orders than any president in history.
Wow, you hear that? Biden has signed more executive orders than any president in history. Wow.
And the thing is, what Trump has to do when he gets in office is do the exact same thing, because Biden has set a precedence.
He has.
He's got to do the exact same thing.
Yes.
And people are going to call him a dictator. People are going to call him all sorts of names, but he's got to push that aside and do what's right for the country.
Yeah. Well, they keep calling for him. So, people always say, what's their saying? Watch what you wish for. They keep calling for him. They want him here. So let's see what he can do. But like you said, he's going to be a lame duck president just because he only has 4 years to do it. And he's going to get a fight, and he's going to have to fight for everything. It's nothing going to come easy for him. He think his first term was a problem. The second term is going to be, he's going to really feel like
it's going to be even worse for him.
I know.
And he's got to take the bull by the horns. He's got to, sit there and say, okay, I'm doing what the people want, just like DeSantis is doing in Florida.
Yep. He's doing what the people want. Yeah, he don't play none of that immigration, none of that migrants. He don't play none of that in his state. Even now, even now with the Haitians, now the Haiti is completely controlled by the gangs. This is crazy. It's like surreal living in this time. The gangs run a whole country. This I've never thought that I would hear something like that. And
I
now
mean, that's some West African crap right there. When the gangs take over.
the gangs take over the country. So now the normal Haitians that work 9 to 5 jobs and just trying to live and trying to survive they're gonna jump on boats, planes, whatever they have to do to get out of the country. And they're gonna
Haitians will be swimming on sharks to
get they get out of there. Hey, I don't even know how that feels to have gangs run your country. Like that's crazy. That is crazy.
It was so funny. I heard a woman sit there and say, "Oh, I'm really happy that barbecue was coming to Florida."
No, he ain't gonna come. He's just gonna scare everybody out of the. He gonna scare everybody off the west side of the. What is it? The west side of the island is where my Haitian people at. He gonna scare them off the island. Like, so
well, and that's the thing. DeSantis is calling up the state guard in Texas. He's calling out the National Guard. He's calling for the United States to give him a naval blockade on Florida to keep the Haitians out.
Wow, because they're going to come in droves. Because they have no choice. And the Dominicans, they guard their border pretty hard too.
The Dominicans have already started deporting Haitians out of the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, so it's nowhere for them to go but jump on boats. Jamaica's close. Well, if Jamaica takes them, I don't know if Jamaica's going to take them because they wouldn't even take the prime minister. He was trying to fly to Dominican Republic and they rejected him. He tried to fly to Jamaica because that's the nearest countries, and they didn't want him to land on the soil.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if you start seeing a lot of Haitians pop up in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they probably would let them come there. Yeah, because how does that work? Because we have Puerto Rico is not a state, but it's a territory in the United States. But they have all the benefits of being a state in the United States. The only thing that Puerto Ricans can't do is they can't vote. If I'm correct, that's what I was told when I was in Puerto Rico. They can't vote for president, but they can go in our military. They can do everything else.
Yeah, they can do all of the other things except vote, which to me is kind of unfortunate. But they receive all of the benefits of being a U.S. citizen for the most part, except for being able to vote.
Wow. They might as well let them be able to vote. They let them do it. I feel like if it's a Puerto Rican guy goes in the military 17, 18, he can die and he's fighting for the U.S. Why would he not be able to be a part of the political process to pick or at least have his say on who he thinks should be president of the United States? That's like kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Because you're putting your life on the line.
Exactly.
You should have every right that a citizen has, everything. I guess they'll change it eventually.
Those are just the many things that just is kind of effed up about the U.S. and how it treats its territories.
Yeah,
that's basically taxation without representation, as far as I'm concerned.
That's true. And the Virgin Islands is the same way too. I forgot. Always the Virgin Islands is the same way, and I guess Guam,
the Isle of Samoa, all of those little territories that the U.S. has.
Wow, sad situation. Sad situation. But
now I know a lot, like parts of my family that were born in PR. They come to the United States. They live in, mainly in the Northeast and stuff of that nature. Once they come to mainland U.S. And take up a residence, then they become U.S. citizens.
That's crazy.
Where they have the right to vote.
Okay, and then this is crazy too. But you know this, since you have some Puerto Rican descent in you, there's more Puerto Ricans in the United States than there is in Puerto Rico. I think they said New York alone has more Puerto Ricans than, because there's only like 3 million on the island. It's like about 3 million on the island.
I can account for about 15 in my family.
Oh wow. That's
all my nieces and nephews that are Puerto Rican. It's just like, hey.
Good. Wow.
What are you doing here? Go back to PR.
Good. So,
but Auntie, what are you talking about?
And they can travel to the U.S. too with no problem. So I guess the people that's in Puerto Rico want to be there. Like that means you want to live in Puerto Rico.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. My one niece, like I have three brother-in-laws. One is Cuban, one is Puerto Rican, and the other one is Dominican.
Okay.
And I keep telling their children, go home, go home,
go home to Puerto Rico.
And they're like, Auntie, give me the money and I'll go. All right, here, go.
They go back to Puerto Rico. Oh,
like,
man.
thank you for the trip to Puerto Rico, Auntie. Yeah, where you going? Go with us.
Oh my goodness, that's funny.
Tia's not going. Go.
Wow, that's
Stop
crazy.
bothering me. Here's money for college. Go.
Yeah.
Get out of my face.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I love them all though.
Oh my goodness.
When you have, it's so funny when you have family members that have Spanish last names, and they're like, and then if you were to know my true first name, and it pops up on your phone, you're like, who the hell is this?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh,
yeah, goodness. But the political things that are going on in this country right now affects everybody.
Yes, it does.
From the youngest to the smallest to the oldest, it's going to affect everyone.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
The only thing I can tell people right now to do is prepare.
Yes, indeed.
Is take a little, whether it's $5 extra a week, get some extra dry, goods in your house, like rice, like beans, canned food, even if it's an extra package of toilet paper in your house.
Yeah, you need to know. You remember during the COVID, man, people were fist fighting for toilet paper. Fist fighting. They had fist fighting.
We had it was so funny. We call it, how they say the age of Aquarius. We had the age of toilet paper down here.
Wow.
And people were stores were literally running out of toilet paper. We were running out of gasoline. We were running out of all sorts of stuff out of here, which was stupid.
Wow.
I had one girl, she listened to what I said, went to the store, bought all sorts of canned goods and this, that, and the other, and she forgot to buy toilet paper and feminine products.
Wow.
She didn't think ahead, I need to stock up on that too.
Yeah.
And we were at work one day and she was telling me that. And I was like, I went to my house and, the next day and I bought her a box of feminine products for her to have. Okay. Because I always, kept an extra box around.
Yes.
And I brought her some, paper products and this, that, and the other, brought it out to her car. And she was like, thank you. I really appreciate it. And I can't see people that I know go without. I mean, that's just the way I am.
Yeah. Let me check it now.
And she was just so appreciative of the fact, because there's nothing to be a woman and not feel clean.
Yeah. No, I understand on that. I can understand that. Somebody left me a message. Let me see what he said. I'm here with you.
But like I said, even if it's $5 a week, get extra toothpaste, get extra deodorant, buy a couple of extra of canned food, rice, and things of that nature, because if stuff starts tripping out here in the streets and you can't get to a store, that's one less time you have to go to a store.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we don't know how, because this situation is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
I think come this summer, when some of this money starts running out for these illegals,
it's going to get real desperate. Yeah.
They're going to get desperate. They're going to be, breaking into people's homes. They're already doing it.
Yeah, they are doing it. They're getting everything under the sun, and they're doing it. This is like amazing.
That's the thing that gets me. They're breaking into cars and this, that, and the other. I mean, I like to park my car in certain spots in front of my apartment. And I get a little testy when I can't. I'm not able to park my car in a certain spot.
Okay. Wow.
But at the same time, my neighbor that used to live here, we'd always park our cars next to each other because we always looked out for each other.
Okay. Wow.
And he used to tell me, he says, you know, I'm relying on you as a rooftop Korean to look out. I said, I ain't playing, man. I will hit you. I will hit you from the second floor with my rifle. I ain't playing.
Yeah, if you're going to break into my car, that's all. It's all over for you. Texas don't play. That is one place you don't want to commit no crimes in. Is Texas for sure. I don't. They should put that. When they land in the airport, they should put that up like as a big poster, like when you get off the plane, so people know, like when they driving through, like, oh, I don't know if we should do anything here.
It's so funny because we have these signs. It was an anti-littering campaign years ago that says "Don't mess with Texas."
Yeah, see, that's type of signs. Yep.
And it was an anti-littering campaign, and people were like, "I don't know whether I want to go to that state or not. You people are crazy."
Wow.
We're not crazy. We're not crazy. We just like what we have. That's our home, and you know, don't mess with us.
Yeah, I hear you. I got a question.
We have a lot of people from California, a lot of people from New York, Detroit, and Chicago in the last 10 years that have moved here. And I know I've talked about this before on how it's changed the political dynamics here, where it's not really a red state, especially in some areas.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Purple. You know, and I just fear within the next 5 to 10 years that it's going to be completely blue.
Wow. I got a question for you.
Sure, sir.
Not to cut you off, but it just came through on my WhatsApp. It's a guy, it's a friend of mine. His name is Sterling. He was on here a couple of days ago talking on the channel. And he was talking about the jobs, like they were going to start hiring migrants for jobs. So I guess he wants you to talk about it a little bit. Tyson Foods is hiring migrants and it's sparking like a boycott. The people are calling for a boycott, Tyson Foods. And somebody had just talked about this on the live in the comment section. They said something about Tyson is hiring migrants right now. And $16 an hour.
Yeah, the reason why they're doing that is to get rid of the older workers that have been in those companies for a long time that might be making $18, $20 an hour.
Yeah.
And then they hire the migrants in to be able to do the same job for less money. So it saves the company money.
Wow.
You know, these companies, these corporations don't care.
They don't. And that's a lot of people, a lot of American citizens don't understand that. It's a business. That's why they call it a business. They doing whatever to keep the numbers high. Their money, you know, for them to save money, then to keep taking money out. And like you said, they're trying to get some of the old folks out of there that's making 20-something bucks an hour. They want to get rid of them. And they'll have these migrants work for 16. They starting them off at $16 an hour. And people are outraged about this. I don't know what state is it happening with Tyson Food. And I have to do some more research.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if it's Iowa.
Yeah.
Where Tyson Foods is. I know Tyson Foods used to have a plant in Arkansas. But where this actually is regarding, you know, the current situation with Tyson Foods, I'm not 100% sure. You know, but at the same time, that's exactly what these companies are doing. You know, your Tyson Foods, your Amazon, your Walmarts, they're getting in these illegals at lower prices, give them shift differential or what they call surge pay. And if you're new coming into the company and you're only making $16 an hour and they give you surge pay for an additional shift at $18 an hour or $20 an hour, you're going to take that.
That's true. That's 100%
you know, especially if you're not getting any benefits.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, because they try to be slick and be like, oh, we'll hire you in. You don't get benefits for the next 30 or, 60 days. But you can work that overtime at, let's say, $18 an hour as opposed to $16 an hour. You're going to take that.
That's true. And then, it's something else going on. A lot of people, because, I do this channel and a lot of people leave me a lot of comments and they leave me stuff here and there. What is the population? I know we had about 300 million. Is But far as they saying more people are dying now than being born in the United States, is that true? I think you might have said something about that too. That's crazy.
There is a population decrease within the United States based on the fact that you're not having a lot of people that are having babies within the U.S., which is understandable. You're going to have these surges and these ebb and flows in population. But see, the Democratic Party is making this surge of migrants into this country only for political reason, not for financial reasons.
Wow.
They're only doing it to keep the Democratic numbers up.
Okay.
And that's it. And that's it.
Well, hold on.
They're only caring about votes.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Somebody left a super chat, so I gotta acknowledge that.
Yep.
What is his name? Italian Stallion. I call him Stallion. He said this. He said, I said this 6 months ago on a live. I used Tyson as an example. He said this about 6 months on one of my lives. He said that Tyson's food did. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So wow. Yeah, but I know now you could. The population, you said again. You just said about the population is going down.
Well, the population is decreasing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it has to do with the fact that people are just not having babies anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The way we used to do in the in the 60s. I mean, heck, I'm the youngest of 11 children.
Okay. Wow.
My father had 5 and my mother had 6. I'm the 6th child.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. But that was back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm the youngest.
Mm-hmm.
I look at my nieces and nephews now. I've got one, they've got 1 and 2, and some of the boys are the ones that have more children. My one nephew that lives here in Texas, not too far from me, he's got 6 kids.
Oh wow. Yeah, 5
of them are girls. I say good luck with that.
Wow. They saying in the States, I don't know how true this is. He was saying Italian Stallion is saying 10,000 die each day. 10,000 Americans die each day, and 6,000 are born each day.
And that could very well be true, because you also have to look at the influence of drugs over the years where people are dying due to overdose, especially now with fentanyl.
Yeah, fentanyl, that's the worst of the worst. I don't know who came up with that.
Well, let me tell you something. 5 people a day die in Texas from fentanyl overdose.
Wow. That's crazy. And,
yeah.
I would think if you're the drug man, you would want to keep the person alive so they can come back for the re-up. That's how you make your money, because you get that same customer over and over. But if you're giving them a drug that they take one time and they die, like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're losing your customer base.
You're losing your customer base. And the ones that don't die, you're going to scare half of them. They're like, oh, I need to get off of this. I need to go to rehab like right now, because I don't want to be like Bobby.
That's the thing, back in the day when I used to sell drugs, it became a point, and I'm going to be perfectly honest and upfront. You did what you had to do to be able to get that, college tuition money.
Yeah. No, you're keeping it real. You're keeping it real. Yeah.
And the thing is, you give them just enough where they keep coming back. They want to come back for more. They want to come back for more. That's so you keep having that supplier base. I went to a school in Connecticut. They used to call it the suitcase school.
The suitcase. Oh, wow. Why they call it the suitcase school?
Because everybody lived within the tri-state area, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey.
Okay.
And people would go home on the weekends.
Oh, okay.
So anybody that was still on campus, 9 times out of 10, lived further out, didn't have the ways and means to be able to, to get home on the weekends. So they would stay on campus. Okay. And those are the people that you sold drugs to. And especially in Connecticut at that time, Connecticut was still a Puritan state. You could buy alcohol on Sunday. Oh, wow. You could buy alcohol after 8 o'clock. Okay. At night. And see, I knew where all the bootleggers were. I knew where all the, the drug dealers were in my city because I was actually born in that city. Yeah, so you was the connect. You was the connect. Yeah. I knew where to go get the bootleggers after hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I grew up in the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport, Connecticut.
You know, back then we had a place called Father Panic Village.
Mm-hmm.
And that was straight up hood. But at the same time, I knew different places to be able to go buy weed and this, that, and the other. And I would bring it back to campus, and they'd be like, hey, you know, you want to sit here, smoke with us, do this, that, and the third. And I'd be like, hey, you know, I'm, you know, doing what I got to do. And that's how I made a little extra money on the side.
Wow. You were sounding like the guy from Blow. What's his name? Boston George. He was Connecticut.
You know, but you know, you had to.
Uh-huh.
You know, back then you weren't making any money on, student campus jobs and stuff like that. I worked at a strip club on the weekends, and my brother used to manage a strip club.
Oh wow, you was hustling. You was like, I got to do whatever I got to do to graduate from college.
You know, and I would go to the strip clubs and I would clean up. You know, first thing when I get there in the early afternoon, you know. Clean tables, clean the floor, go in, clean the bathrooms and stuff like that. And then when the strippers would come into their dressing room, I would hang out in their dressing room to make sure that other strippers didn't steal their stuff.
Yeah, that's a job because some of them get jealous because some of them are making money, other ones are not making money. So they'll, mess with their items, their clothes, their cell phone, whatever they had there back in the day.
And I used to, I used to do it for tips.
Wow.
You know. And then, come, end of the night and everything, my brothers used to take me back to campus and everything. And I did it on Friday night and Saturday night.
You're a hustler. You're a hustler's hustler. Dark Star. You're a hustler's hustler.
I think I was like everybody else. My parents weren't rich.
Yeah. You say you got a lot of brothers and sisters, so that tells it in itself. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like I said, I was I'm the youngest of my parents' children, and I only lived with my other 5 brothers and sisters. But they're anywhere between 10 and 17 years older than me. So, they give me a little bit of money for food and stuff like that, take me grocery shopping and stuff when I was in college. So I never had to worry about not having food or a little bit of extra pocket change to be able to take the bus someplace or to buy clothes and things of that nature.
Wow.
So like you always say, the struggle was real.
The struggle was real.
Struggle was real. So I don't knock anybody for, doing what they had to do.
Because to talk about the migrants, what they do is, and I watch their hustle. They sell candy. I don't know how much money they making off of this, but it can't be much. They sell candy. The females sell candy on the train for $2. They do recycling. You'll see them going around grabbing cans and cups and plastic everywhere. I'm like digging in the trash can. I'm like, that guys don't look homeless to me, but they do it. They do that too as well. And what else do? They do a whole. Oh, they sell food. They sell food too. A lot of them sell food.
Oh, that's the thing I wanted to talk to you about that I mentioned on the last time I was on. The thing we call the Taco Lady Hustle down there.
Oh, yeah. You got to tell us about that. Because the phone went off. That's what happened. The battery died.
The Taco Lady Hustle is simply that, a hustle. These women, when they'll get here and they'll get on welfare. Okay. And I think they get something like $300 or $400 a month for food, depending on how many children that they have. They'll take that $400 and you'll see them in the grocery store with 2 cartloads of food. Everything to make tacos, tamales, pupusas. And what they do is they make this food and they go to all these different construction sites and different companies and they sell that food out of the back of their car. And they'll turn around and take that $400 and next thing you know, they've made $1,000.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're doing that in New York right now. I see the migrants doing that. They're using, because now people are pissed off with New York now because the mayor authorized them to have a debit card for food and baby supplies up to $1,000.
Yep. And like I said, they'll take that money and they'll basically double it, if not triple it. And to make matters even worse, they'll go around, and what happens with a lot of these guys on construction sites, they might be single guys, and that's living in a house with 2 or 3 other guys, and they'll come to them and they'll say, "Hey, you live alone. I come and I'll cook for you."
Wow. And the guys, because the guys, all they do is work. They ain't got time to cook. And like you said, they ain't got no wife, they ain't got no girlfriend, they ain't got nobody. They just, wow. So they make it
not
double.
only is she going around to these different companies and stuff like that, selling the food to the other migrants and illegals and stuff, now she's cooking for maybe 1, 2, or 3 apartments full of guys.
Wow.
Now the other thing that she does, I have a daughter. She'll come clean for you. Now you got some hot Latina that's sitting there
cleaning your apartment or your house.
Vacuuming and cleaning your doggone apartment. Now you're giving her a little extra money.
Wow. The hustle is real.
And let me tell you something. Here, you get a lot of Hispanics. You see them, Hispanic guys. They're driving in brand new pickup trucks.
Yeah. Big
F-150s, and you're like, I got a 20-year-old damn Jeep out here. How the hell you managed to get here? You got a brand new F-150. What they do is, because of the fact they don't have a social security number, they go and get an EIN number or a TIN number.
Yeah, I know what that is. Okay. Wow.
And not only can they claim the children that they have here in the United States, they get to claim their children back home on that TIN, under that TIN number.
Okay. Wow.
So now, instead of you like maybe getting $400 or $500 back from the government, they're turning around getting $3,000 and $4,000 back from the government.
Unbelievable.
And the government knows it. The IRS knows this.
Wow.
And they're encouraging them to do that.
Wow.
So, and they don't like banks.
No, they keep their money. A lot of them keep their money. I do notice that. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
They stuff that money in a mattress. They don't take it to a bank for one reason. They don't have a social security number to open an account.
Yeah, so they can't open a bank. So whatever they make, they got to keep it at their house or wherever they think they can trust it. Yeah, their car, wherever they're going to put it at.
And these car dealerships will tell you, I had a place where I used to go take my car back to the dealership, and they tell me, these guys will walk in here, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, pay down a car in cash, and walk out the door.
Wow. And then another hustle that they do too, because I know that I'm Haitian descent. The Haitians do it, and I know a lot of other Latin American countries do it too. They'll do like I don't even know what you call it. I forgot what they call it in Haitian Creole, but basically what they'll do, they'll tell everybody, they'll come together and they'll be like, everybody needs to, let's all put, let's say $200 or $300 in a pot a month. And they'll let it build for a couple months. And then every month somebody gets all that money once it builds up. Once they get it to where they want it at. But you got to do it consistently for like a year. So by the time...
Yeah, in France, it's called a tontine.
Yeah.
Where everybody puts into this pot, and then the last man standing basically gets the pot.
Yeah, and they rotate it, and it rotates.
Yep.
So it's like the way they do it, maybe like twice a year, you'll get like, I don't know, $10,000, $20,000. It depends on how many people, the way they do the math on it. So you'll get 10,000 twice a year. That's tax-free money, man. That's crazy.
Exactly. And then you get to put, buy a brand new car, or you get to put a down payment on a condo or a townhouse or something along that nature, and then you start bringing other people in.
Yep. And you only put $200 a month or $300 a month. That's not really going to hurt nobody if they're working consistently. Just throwing that to the side, like, all right, I'll put this $300 every month for this. Because in the end, you're going to get a return on your investment. So that's probably what they're doing too. Yeah, but they're hustling here in New York. They're doing whatever it takes. They're doing whatever. Because eventually the money's going to run out. When Trump gets in office, this money is gone. This is
the other thing that goes on here, because like I said to you before, there's a lot of Indian, a lot of Pakistani people that live in my city. What they do here is they have what's called the H1 visas.
Yeah.
Okay, it's basically work visas.
Yeah.
And then they'll have some guy that'll come over from India or Pakistan or Bangladesh, and they'll get a job at Microsoft, Johnson and Johnson. I live right around the corner from Microsoft.
Okay.
So a lot of the people that live in my complex work at Microsoft. The first thing that they do if they get their job here is they have an arranged marriage back in their country.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as these women come over, within 6 months to a year, they're popping out a kid.
Yeah, they call them anchor babies.
Yep, anchor babies.
Yeah, because they won't deport you or they won't send you back if you have a kid here, and that's a big thing that's going on in New York now. They're saying that the migrants, I don't know how true it is, but they saying, people talking about it, that they're targeting like, American citizens, black guys, white guys, guys that they know were born here or has U.S. citizenship here in the U.S. And that's through the guys that they're talking to. They're going out of their way to talk with them type of guys.
We have a small group of Venezuelans that I used to work with. And we used to laugh at them because they would fight amongst themselves as to which manager they were going to try to sleep with.
Wow.
To get that green card or to get that papusa.
Oh, I like the El Salvadorians. You hit them with the pupusas. Oh, man. Oh, God.
And I used to tell managers, I said, yo, man, you need to slow your roll because, you're fat, dumb, and ugly. She don't give a shit about you.
Yeah, she ain't trying to be with you on the long haul.
No, she's here for the good time, not for the long time.
Yeah, after that 5-6 years, she won't even know who you are.
Exactly. Or she's already got some other man. Once she get a bun in the oven, she go out and find some other good-looking young dude and this, that, and the other. And the minute she pop out that baby, she leaving you.
Yeah.
I know this one girl, pretty Venezuelan, and she tried, latching on to me one day, and I was like, I'm not. No.
Yeah, I'm not going for it. Not going for it.
You nice, but no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're like, I see your game.
And she latched on to our manager.
Wow.
And then next thing I know, and they tried to keep it so on the down low, but the whole team knew about it.
Like we read this like a book.
And we were laughing about it. Then one day he comes up and he's saying goodbye to different people, and he walks out. And me and the other girl, we're like looking at each other like, did he just say goodbye?
Wow.
The company found out about it, and they had to let him go.
Yeah, you can't fraternize. You can.
And they had just moved in together.
He should have said it once it happened. Like he could have said, beforehand, he was trying to talk to her, and then maybe they would have transferred him, or maybe they would have did this, maybe they would have did that. But
they could have very easily transferred her to another team.
Yeah.
She could not be with him working under him where it affected her rate. It affected her paycheck because he was a manager. He could have very easily went to HR, told them what was up. They could have moved her to another team, and that would have been it. Because there were plenty of people that, their husbands and wives work for the same company.
Wow.
But because he didn't do it, and then he pissed off one of his assistant managers, and the assistant manager went and ratted him out.
Wow. Yeah, it happens. I worked for Walgreens for 10 years. I remember them type of stories. I worked for them in California and Miami, and I remember them type of stories.
And that's the thing. And you get a lot of that at different companies around here where you get these women. As soon as they get into the company, they start looking around and seeing who they can turn around and play. Yeah.
So they can make sure they stay in the country. So yeah, that's a good topic to talk about because that's a lot going on now with that. That's definitely going to be a big thing.
Oh yeah, and the more and more that you have people that are in these companies, like I used to work for Johnson and Johnson.
Okay.
I used to work for their breast implant division. They're one of the biggest seller of breast implants in the United States.
Didn't know that. Well, I know that now. Yeah.
And we used to call it the CDC, but it was their distribution center here in Capel. And we used to liken it to the Mexican mafia.
Okay.
because of the fact that once you got in, if you were a temp and you were white, you were black, they didn't want you working there.
Wow.
So they kept you there as a temp. And then the minute some of their cousins or their friends or, you know, somebody's baby mama worked in, you know, got in the door.
Guess you got them. They kicked you out. They made up a reason. Like, I didn't even do anything.
Yep. They got rid of you because they wanted their own people working within that plant.
Wow.
I can go through numerous companies that are here in the DFW area.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see their distribution area, their dock area is all nothing but Latino. There's another company that's here called VeriSign. All of the people that work in their distribution and their warehousing area, they're all from Vietnam.
Wow.
Johnson & Johnson, their distribution center and their base headquarters for mentor associations, all Hispanic.
Oh, wow. One get in the door, everybody gets in the door.
Yep. And anybody that's white or that's black, you can't get your foot in the door.
Like I know I'm well educated. I know I got this, that. I don't know why they're not hiring me.
You know, and that's the thing. I come, you know, walking in the door dressed for an interview. You know, I've got the qualifications and this, that, and the other, but I'm not bilingual, so I'm not getting the job. And that position is still open, and it's been 3 months.
Crazy that in the States you have to be bilingual. I could see if it was like an immigration job, I could see if you was working at the airport. But I feel like other jobs shouldn't be like that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
How companies are getting away with it, especially in the South, is because most of your southern states are what's called right-to-work states.
Okay.
They can terminate you without cause. They don't have to give you a reason why they terminated you.
Oh, that's how they doing it. So they using that umbrella, just say boom. So you don't even have, like you say, you don't have to do nothing wrong. You could be employee of the decade. If their baby mom, cousin comes from somewhere and it's only one spot, you out of the door and they putting that person in.
I'm trying to think of the name. Samsung is the exact same way.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the people that work in their division that's here in Texas, not too far from me, all of them are Korean.
Wow. So it's
if you don't look like them, you ain't gonna be a part of them.
You ain't gonna get a job with them.
Yep.
It's interesting to hear this. Interesting. You learn a
it's
lot.
Sad.
Yeah.
You know, hey, I'm 8th generation born in this country.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an American descendant of slaves.
Yeah.
I can trace my history back to 1895.
Wow.
And you're gonna sit there and tell me that my family who worked as slaves, my family who were Choctaw Indian and everything else, and I can't get a job in this country?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's nuts. And it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, because they let some, because I was like, cause my mindset is like, they letting all these migrants in. I'm like, is it because our we don't have enough people having babies and they want them to come in and help produce more kids? I mean, more people have babies. I know a lot of Americans don't want to have kids now because it's so expensive. And if you get caught up in that child support and all that, it's just it's just so much. It's so much, because you hear a thing now, you hear about the passport bros, that's like a big movement. A lot of people are going out of the country to deal with people in other countries because they're saying they don't want to be here because they don't want to have kids in the States because so much can happen. I don't know how you feel about that. That's a big topic too.
I mean, I'm looking at it this way.
Yeah.
If you're looking for what they call a traditional life,
it's not going to be here. It's not.
You're not necessarily going to find it in the U.S.
Nope. And it's not that all women are bad. I always tell people that too, because some people are like, oh, I say, no, they have to work just like men. They have to work just like men. Like they have to go work. And then you want them to come home and cook a meal for you. That's just not happening. Now, if you got a maid and you got money to pay for a maid to be at your house and cook for you and your wife or you and your girlfriend or whoever, But it's not happening. It's too people are working too hard these days just to survive.
Exactly. It's too expensive.
Yeah. It's just
But I mean, when I was married, I had a traditional wife.
mm-hmm.
She stayed home every day and cooked and cleaned.
Okay.
She had, her own money that she got from inheritance and stuff of that nature. So we had that luxury.
Mm-hmm.
We lived in a 2,400 square foot house in Monroe, Connecticut.
See, you have them options then. But if both people have to go physically out and work, it's not going to work out.
There were times where she worked part time and this, that, and the other, or she went to school and that and the other. But I had that luxury for 13, 14 years of my life.
Yeah, that's comfortable. You go home, you got a meal. If you forgot something and you got a chore to run, like, oh, I got to pay this bill, or I need you to go do this real quick. You got somebody right there, but most people don't have that luxury. That don't happen no more. That's not going to happen in the U.S.
People are going to be able to find that type of life.
Not in the U.S. It's not going down like that in the U.S. no more.
I mean, there's a lot of, and this could be an entirely different topic to be able to discuss about feminism in the United States. I mean, that's a whole other topic I can get into and talk to you for at least an hour about.
Wow. We got to talk about it one day. We definitely got to
talk about that. The Gloria Steinems, the women's rights movement, the feminist movement, and how it's changed America, especially how it's changed Black America.
Yeah,
and everybody sits there and talk about, oh, you people are nothing but drug dealers and drug users, you Black people. I said, yeah, guess what? That same drugs that you introduced into our neighborhood, it's going to come to your front step. And let me tell you something. It did.
And it did. And when it comes there, now that's when they want to investigate and try to shut it down and see where it came from.
Hey, we had cocaine and crack and this, that, and the other that came to the Black neighborhoods. And guess what? Now the white neighborhood has methamphetamines. Now they have fentanyl. And
that fentanyl, that's the worst I've seen in my lifetime. I'm in my 40s, and that's the worst I've seen. Because, I'm from Philly. We got this area called, and you've probably seen, everybody watches YouTube, Kensington Avenue, Kensington, the neighborhood. Man, it's surreal. It's surreal. I don't even like recording there. Like, I recorded some videos there, but I ain't did nothing lately because it's just for you to record. It's so depressing because you're like right up on them. And you not only do you see, you got a visual, but you have a smell, and I'm like, damn, you could tell this lady was pretty or this guy was a handsome guy. How could it even come to this? How could it even come to this?
Let me tell you something. I'm a little bit older than you. I'm in my 50s.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. And I grew up in the coke crack era. When they talk about New Jack City, I lived that life.
She said, I lived it. I could have helped him write the movie. You was there. You was like, I seen it firsthand.
My background is I worked in a laboratory. I basically took like medical technology and chemistry and stuff like that in college. I used to go into the laboratory and make my own crack.
Wow.
Who was going to sit there and look at somebody in a white coat in a chemistry lab, and they're sitting there putting chemicals together, not realizing that they're
making crack. Yeah, they would have never thought that because you were in a college setting, so you was like way under the radar. They would have not even a professor would have questioned that. They would have just like, oh, she's just one of them ambitious students, so she's just working. She's working. She's doing it when nobody else is working. She's still in the lab working. Yeah. Wow.
And to see it up front. I've been in crack dens. Yeah. I've been in what they used to call shooting houses. Yeah. Where people get inside of a room, and they lock the door, shut the door, and all they do is sit there and shoot up heroin.
Yeah, it's like a sad thing. Like people don't understand when you close up on it and they want me to record it. It's not. It's a sad situation.
We're talking about before the invention of the cell phone and everybody had cameras and all this other stuff. Nobody was recording that stuff back then.
No.
You walk into a shooting gallery, you ain't getting out of that until everybody shoots up. Everybody gets their stuff and, tap that arm and be able to shoot up and stuff of that nature. that stuff was real.
Yeah, that's true.
I used to do coke. I used to smoke crack and all this other stuff. And one day I was sitting in the park. It was 5 a.m, and I said to myself, I can't do this anymore.
And you stopped it. That's all right.
I took all the stuff that I went home. I smoked the joint. I took all the stuff that I had. I took a nap. I went to the bar that night. I sold all the stuff that I had, and I never touched it again.
Wow. No, that was a big thing in the 80s. That was a big thing in the 80s.
I was like 22 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I was working during the day, going to school at night. I had my own apartment. I had 2 cars.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, why am I going to throw my whole life away?
Yeah. You made a good decision.
And I sold all my stuff and I walked away from it and I never touched it again.
Wow. Hold on, I'm here with you. Big Hawk wants to come on live too. So we'll have 3 of us on there. Hold on, let me call him up. He's in the comment section like, call me, I want to get on the live. Because he's from that same era. Because Big Hawk is 53. So he was there. Yeah, he's from that same.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm even older than Big Hawk.
Yeah, you're older than Big Hawk. Let me get him on here. Hold on. Big Hawk, hold on. Let me put him in.
That's my boy right there.
Yeah, Big Hawk, here we go. Boom. Let me call him. Come on, Big Hawk. All right, I'm calling him now.
Drinking my sorrel tea.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's healthy.
Yeah.
Here you go. He's on. Can you hear him too? Big Hawk, what's going on, man? You on here with Dark Side 40?
What's going on?
Dark Star 44.
I just wanted to add it to your channel. Like I told you, I joined the New York City Garden Angels in 1986 when crack was very bad, man. And let me tell you something, man. First of all, it ripped up the Black and Latino community ASAP. It tore the Black and Latino community up. When I knew crack started really being bad, when we started seeing rich Caucasian people come from their neighborhood, Long Island, coming to the hood to buy drugs, that's when I knew it was over.
Wow.
That's when I knew it was a wrap. Like them drugs really rip up the community, the Black and Latino community, but I knew it was serious when we started seeing people in suits and ties come in limos to pick up crack in a black neighborhood.
Wow.
I knew it was over. Oh yeah.
Wow.
I used to, a lot of my friends that I went to college with were from Long Island. They were from like places like Ronkonkoma.
Wow. Rich
On
area.
the North Shore.
Uh-huh.
And they would come to Bridgeport to get crack. They would hop on the ferry, come over to Bridgeport just to buy drugs.
Wow.
It was deep, man. That crack really ripped everybody up, man. That crack tore everybody. That crack tore people's families apart. That crack made you lose your house, your marriage, everything gone.
Wow.
Everything gone. Everything. And they used to, Philly, they used to come to Yonkers, Philly, man.
Oh, they come all the way up to Yonkers? Oh, my goodness.
They come to Yonkers.
Well, that's going towards Connecticut. It makes sense. It makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, they would come to Yonkers and to get the drugs. And I'm like, what is these dudes doing there? They said, don't worry about it, man. I said, okay, I know what time it is.
He said, I know what you're here for.
I know what time it is.
Yeah, I know what you're coming in here
yeah.
for. Wow.
My sister ended up being a crack addict.
Wow.
And it was a deterrent for me because I saw the way her life was going down the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up helping to support and take care of her 4 children when things got really bad. And my mom got tired of it.
Yeah.
And she took my sister's 4 kids and moved to Maine.
Okay.
She moved to Portland, Maine, and to get those kids out of that situation.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Crack back in the day, man, it was no joke.
As a guardian angel, we used to do a thing called a jump out, where we would go jump out and just raid the house, like just get them out of there, man. And I knew drugs was real. This is when I really knew crack was the ultimate. When you had females trying to sell their kids for crack, man.
Yep.
Wow.
That's the reason why my mom. That's the reason why my mom
That's
took my
what I
sister's
knew was
kids.
Yes. Yes. That's what I knew was bad. You selling
They
your
be selling their
kids
doggone kids.
for drugs.
They be selling their bodies. They didn't care whether it was a female child or a male child. They didn't care.
Wow. So that, yeah, wow. So that's a rough time, man. The 80s is a rough time. Wow.
And you think that it was bad back then. Now, with all the methamphetamine and the fentanyl, it's worse now.
It's worse now.
It's worse now.
And nobody's
Because now,
talking about it. Nobody's really talking about it. Nobody's really talking about it. You're probably the first one that said something about it.
Oh, what the?
Everybody's trying to, we got a drug problem.
Yeah.
Now it's hitting everybody. Black, white, yellow, green.
Yeah, because down in
drugs is hitting everybody from fentanyl to cocaine to dope. Everything is back. Even crack came back out.
People doing crack in, people doing crack right now. They doing crack in 2024.
Yep.
That's like a throwback drug, like Nintendo or something. Like you're doing like playing Nintendo or something. What?
Yeah.
And the thing is now, because you have so many illegals that are in this country, a lot of them are bringing it over. You have all these missing children.
Yeah, you were saying that. You were saying that before. Wow. And then with the migrants, you think with the migrant kids, they don't even have them documented like that. So if they go missing, they're not important as like if it was like a U.S. citizen kid would be missing. Like, you know what I mean? They could go under the radar.
Because nobody knows they're here.
Yeah, they can go under the radar like that. Unbelievable. Or nobody went and questioned if they didn't show up for a while. Oh, they just went with another family member, or they went somewhere. They wouldn't really question where they at.
Well, a lot of us dealing with the cartel with the drug now, they say. So that's another thing. They dealing with them with the drugs now, man. Drugs is back hardcore, but nobody's talking about it. Look at everybody. A lot of people are walking around drugged out, man. And I don't know what type of weed they smoking out, but the weed they smoking out, not the weed they smoked back then.
No,
this type of weed is making people whoop up I never seen before.
They putting chemicals in it.
That's because it's laced.
It's laced. The weed is laced now because they legalized it in places like New York and Colorado and a whole bunch of other places.
Right.
The weed nowadays is being laced with fentanyl.
Yeah, it's not just weed. It's not. Yeah, so it's almost scary to buy it because you don't really know what you're purchasing.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I used to smoke weed, do crack and coke and stuff like that. I would not go out and buy weed today.
Yeah, because you don't know, like, and you can see it when the guy smoke it or the female smokes it, and they're walking down the street, or I'm like, man, you sure you're just smoking weed? Because you can smell it. You'll smell it. You'll smell the marijuana, but you're like, is he really smoking? But they lace it now. It ain't like from the days of Bob Marley in the 80s and the 70s. No, they putting all sorts of stuff in there.
My brothers were in the military. I had one brother that was stationed over in Guam, and he became so jacked up on the weed that was over there because the weed back then in certain parts of Asia was laced with heroin.
Wow.
That's crazy.
And it wasn't until he came back to the United States where it was that, he's like, this weed don't affect me the same way I got in Guam. Because of the fact that it was laced with heroin.
Wow.
And now they're starting to do it again. But now with fentanyl, with meth, crystal meth.
Yeah.
I see Lou said weed makes me paranoid. Wow. I'm telling you, whenever they got in it, man, I never seen no weed like this. Philly, not like this, man.
Yeah. No, they lacing it. I talk to people that, smoke, they tell me, I talk to especially the young generation, the guys in their 20s and females in their 20s, and they tell me that, they lacing it. It's extra stuff in there. It's not like Dark Star is saying, she's saying, it's extra stuff in there. It's not the same. It's not just marijuana. They putting some extra stuff in there because now it's it's a big business now. Now it's a competition. So your weed has to be better than the other weed. What do you call it? the dispensary, your weed has to be better than theirs. So they're doing all sorts of stuff, and they're paying for all sorts of extra effects. Let's just say extra effects in the weed.
Well, extra effects is making people do extra things they ain't supposed to be doing, man.
Yeah.
I tell you right now, I ain't never seen no weed do like this to people.
Wow.
And you know what it's doing to it? It's making people dumb down.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of people can't even think straight.
No, they.
Or walk a straight line.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, in America right now, they doing stuff that's not normal. Meanwhile, other countries are teaching their kids how to do this, how to defend themselves, how to do that, how to do it. And over here, man, we joking around.
We might be on a decline right now. We might be on a decline at the moment. That's all. We'll get back. We might be on a decline right now, but it'll get back.
These drugs right now, man, like you're the first one talking about. Like these drugs, it should have been talked about a long time ago, man. Because it's making your town look bad, our town look. A lot of people, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, freaking New Jersey, everywhere. Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
It is horrible. You know, when you got, 20-year-olds, 19, 20-year-olds standing on the corner, all zombied out and everything.
Yeah, that's not a good
You know,
look.
you got people in Russia are teaching their children how to field strip an AR-15 or an AK-47, teaching them how to defend themselves, just like Big Hawk said.
Mm-hmm.
But here in America, they're not doing that anymore, except in the backwoods of, some
Georgia,
some town someplace.
Georgia or Tennessee.
They're taking their kids to the range. They're showing them how to build a garden, how to do these things, how to be self-reliant. Inner cities is wiped out, man.
I'm telling you
Go
right now,
down
the hood is done.
You go down here to South
Like
Dallas.
the ghetto, the hood is done. The hood is just messed up right now. It's real talk. It don't look good. It don't look good. First of all, you got guys impregnating women. You got kids having kids. You got all this baby mom and daddy drama. You got all this child support. You got guys unaliving themselves that they can't pay. It's really bad. And nobody's really talking about it until now. I'm so glad y'all brought this out because this needed to be talked about. It's like the elephant in the room. It's horrible. Nobody's talking about it like it's some type of game or a joke. This is serious. If we don't get ourselves together right now, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. We really are in trouble. And you notice everybody's coming into America for refuge. You know, what are they doing here? Like, what are they trying to set up here? While Americans are in the park watching 90 Day Fiancé.
He said 90 Day Fiancé.
And all this stuff on TV. We're not watching.
But it's the truth.
Yeah, it's the truth.
What's really going on here?
My little cousin was watching that yesterday, 90 Day Fiancé.
People like to be
this is serious, man. It's serious, man.
You know, when you look at books like the Communist Manifesto, and I tell everybody, if you get an opportunity to read that book, yeah, it's a very dry read. If you can get on YouTube and listen to it in the background and how it talks about the Bolshevik Revolution and things of that nature, this is what's happening here. See, all these other countries know they cannot defeat America in a kinetic war.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't going to just, up and start popping off at the United States. And the United States has the ability to make any country on this planet a glass parking lot.
Yeah. So you got to do it from the inside.
You have to destroy it from the inside. You have to kill it with its culture. You got to kill it with drugs. Kill it from the inside.
Yeah. You're 100% right. It's like playing chess. When you play some people in chess, you have to beat them from the inside. You can't just come. If you come straight at them, it's not going to work for you.
I mean, and when you look at history, and I tell people also, if you do not know your history, you're destined to repeat it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If you look at places like, you look at the dictators in history, you look at Hitler, you look at Pol Pot, you look at Chairman Mao, and how they treated their people. the first thing they did is get rid of the intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
They started killing off the teachers. They
Yeah.
started taking the youth and turning the youth against their parents.
Mm-hmm. You're 100% right.
Hitler did it with the Hitler Youth. Chairman Mao did it with in the fields of Vietnam, and that's what Pol Pot did. They
Yeah.
destroyed the country from within.
Yeah, that's true.
Meaning intelligent.
You're
They call it
100%.
intelligentsia.
Meaning intelligent. They get rid of the parents, get rid of the elders, get rid of the ones, like you said, intelligent, and then they go for the kids, man, because the kids are being attacked right now. And y'all know I talk about that all the time. Protect the kids, man. You gotta protect the kids, man. But
I mean, look at the child soldiers in Rwanda. The exact same thing. Look at Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Those were all basically countries that were taken over by communism and socialist revolution.
right.
And if they don't think for 1 minute that it's not happening in America, you're sadly mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, some people so busy here working and paying bills. That's how they tie you up in the U.S. They got you working to pay your car note, working to pay your mortgage or your rent. You're working so many crazy hours. Like in New York, the average person has to work like 2 jobs here. Like they said, if you're not making $150,000 in New York, you're not even living. You can't even lay on your bed comfortable at night because you stressing how I'm gonna pay these bills. Or you're gonna have 1,000 people live with you, and Americans don't do that. We don't have 1,000 relatives living in one house.
Right. Right now, they said if you're a couple with a kid, if you're a family like mother, father, daughter, son, you gotta make at least $250,000 in New York City.
Wow.
You gotta. That's the minimum you gotta make is $250,000, man. If you got mother, father, daughter, yeah. A kid is like a lot of people are going around having kids. Yo, a kid is a necessity. You just can't have a kid like that. That's an expense.
That's a bill.
People go around having kids thinking it's some type of, a toy or something. No, you got to take care of that kid until that kid become 18 or 21. You need to having kids.
Look at all the kids that are in their 20s and early 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Living at home with mommy and daddy because they can't afford the rent.
They can't afford it.
An apartment to themselves.
They can't afford it. Like back in the day, kids could do it in the 90s, but now, no, it's expensive. You got to have a good job. And you have to be making good money, and it's gonna be hard to make good money if you going to college or you working an average job. That's like you can't survive. You can't do it on your own. You can't do it on your own. It's impossible.
No.
It's impossible.
They said for a single person like $40,000 or $50,000 to survive as a single person. Single.
Say that again?
I never had kids. I never had kids.
Mm-hmm.
I never had married. And the one thing about, I noticed a lot of people, I saw in the chat, which is right, a lot of people are not getting married no more. Because a lot of people are not taking marriage to be serious. You get married one day, 3 or 4 months later, you get divorced.
Yeah.
You do all that for what? You do all that. Talking how you gave all your devoted to the female and to God to get divorced within a couple of months.
Don't make no sense.
Horrible.
Don't make no sense.
Horrible. At all. They said marriage and having kids is not for everybody. People do it because they think it's a fad. That's not a fad, man.
Mm-mm.
That's a lot of responsibility when you're married and you have kids, because now you got a responsibility to take care of your wife and your children. You better be financially straight. You better be mentally straight. And if you're not, you're done. It's a wrap. You're finished.
100%.
Yeah. It's, like I said, I helped to raise my sister's 4 kids when she went off the deep end on the drugs and stuff of that nature. And I was sending money to my mother every single week to help pay her bills and to help with the kids and everything else, because now she's a grandma taking care of 4 children.
Wow. After she raised you guys. Wow. And I know that was a lot. I know you were sending a lot of money because 4 kids, that's a lot. I got 1 son, that's a lot. So imagine 4 kids. Imagine 4 kids.
You know, everybody, you know, all my nieces and nephews ask me, you know, Auntie, why don't you have any children? And I said, because I spent all my money taking care of your ass. That's why I ain't got no kids.
She said, I ain't put myself through this. She said, I already raised my kids. I raised you guys.
You know, I helped raise my nieces and nephews. I know what it's like, what the struggle is like to have to feed them and, you know, buy them clothes and making sure they're in after school programs so they're not getting into trouble and stuff of that nature.
Yeah. It costs money and time. Money and time.
Yep.
Listen, everybody asked why I never had kids. I just never had kids. It was just not for me. I was always out. Always out and about. I just never had kids. I was always out and about. I was the only type of person that traveled like that. I'm go. And that's another thing. You have kids, you just can't get up and go like that.
No, you always got to know where they at, who they stand with. It has to. You have to know everything that's going on, so you can't move around like you want to.
Of course, you just can't do that, man. You can't just get up and go somewhere you got a kid. Now, who's gonna watch your kid? You ain't gonna have your parents, right? Your mother already took care of you. I'm not gonna be taking care of you and then you're getting old. So I just never had kids, man. It was just my decision. You know, that's just the way it is. A lot of people, you're going to be lonely. Well, I mean, that's my fault. As long as I got a good, true woman on my side, that's what I need. There's a good, true woman on my side. I'm good. That's all.
Well, you know something, they always say that about people like us that don't have any children. Well, you're going to be old and lonely and nobody to take care of you. There are no guarantees that you have children and they're going to take care of you when you get old.
That's true too.
Right.
That's true too.
I laugh at their doggone
Right.
Yeah, that's 100%.
I laugh at their doggone face. I said, just because you got kids don't mean they're going to take care of you. I said, your kids, your damn cat don't even like you.
Yeah. The cat don't like you. So our kids go, yeah. They never know how it's going to go. You know, it's like an old cliche. It sounds good, but don't mean it's going to go out in that order.
See, family isn't the way that it used to be. You know, my mother, I took care of my mom and my dad clear up until they passed away. Mm-hmm. They didn't go into some old folks' home. They stayed within the family. My mom moved in with my sister. Mm-hmm. When she got to the point where, my nieces and nephews were, of age, they got an apartment to themselves. Mm-hmm. My mother moved in with my sister. When she did, I helped support my mom by giving my sister money to help support her so she didn't have to put her in a home. Mm-hmm. I had friends of mine that were LPNs. And they would go by and see my mom and see my sister once a week, and I would pay them. Mm-hmm. So she didn't have to have, access to an old folks' home. My dad, the same way. My dad had his own apartment. The same woman that looked in on my sister and my mom would look in on my dad. Mm-hmm. Especially when I was out of town on a business trip. Okay. My ex was an LPN. Okay. She's like, oh, don't worry about it. I'll go down and take care of you, Dad. You go on your business trip. I'll, go make sure he's got food and everything else. Clear up until the day my father died. Wow. But kids today aren't going to take care of their parents like that. Mm-mm. They put them in nursing homes, or the person that they're dating don't feel comfortable with them living in I've heard all sorts of stories. How somebody you dating gonna tell you, or you married to gonna tell you, you can't have your mom or your dad live here? That's crazy. I would tell you, if my ex had turned around and said that to me.
My sister was there until my mother died, man. Mm-hmm. My sister took care of me. I was not putting in no nurse home. Nope. Oh, no. Mm-hmm. When my mother passed, she passed. I thought we were to go see her, but no, we wasn't putting in no nurse home. No, I don't trust nursing home because a lot of them nurses abuse. Nah, man. Nah. Mm-mm. They do a lot of abuse in these nursing homes, man. Nah.
Well, not only the fact that nursing homes you get a lot of abuse, but the highest rate of sexually transmitted diseases are in nursing homes.
How is that possible? I would think old people don't have sex.
Just because you're old don't mean you don't want to get busy.
That's what I was thinking. They ain't had sex. I was thinking old people don't do anything.
But you get a lot of those people that are in nursing homes that are abusing those people.
Yeah.
They're sexually abusing them. They're physically abusing them.
Wow.
Right. Yes. Yes, you can look that up. Yes, you're right, 100% right. Yep. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
You know, and
Yep.
these are basically subjects that are taboo that people don't want to talk about.
That is true.
Nobody wants to talk about it, but you got to talk about it. You can't keep hiding stuff. You can't keep talking about fantasy world stuff and World Star and all this other crap when stuff is
TMZ.
going down right in front of us.
Shout out to TMZ.
Everything down right in front of us, and people are trying to pull the shades over their eyes. You can't do that, man. You gotta open up shades and find out what's going on, man. Because it could be your family, it could be anybody you know that could be going through a lot of heart pain. That's another thing we don't talk about is suicide.
Yeah,
people don't allow themselves.
That's a big one too.
That's a touchy subject right there.
You know, and the thing is, if you start taking all of these illegals that are coming into this country right now, where are they putting them as far as jobs? They want to put them in the kitchen. They want to put them in, you know, hospitality. You know, cleaning hotel rooms. They want to put them in the nursing homes to be able to take care of the elderly.
Yeah, that's true.
And you got to watch out. You got to watch out because not everybody has good intent.
No, that's true.
I'm gonna check y'all later on, Philly. I gotta get out of here because I'm about to go home soon. So I'm gonna call you later on.
Okay, no problem. We talk later, Big Hawk. No problem.
To everybody out there, salute.
All right.
Good talking to you, Big Hawk.
Big Hawk just was on there. He was at work still. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot going on, man. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on up there.
You know, you're going to watch how society is going to change even more, but not necessarily for the better.
Okay.
You know, and this migrant crisis is something that you have to stay on top of.
Yes, that's why I do these daily videos to let people know, because a lot of Americans, they slip and forget about stuff. One thing about America in the U.S., people, like I said, we're so busy with life, just surviving, going to work, going to school, paying bills, whatever you're doing, that all this slides right past them. And then when it gets really bad, they want to jump in. But you could have helped out a long time ago and wrote your congressman, wrote your mayor, went to your with the office downtown in your city or your town and talked with them and put pressure on them, so they know that we're not, we're not going along with this program, and they need to, do something that is, what could I say, something that
you got to stay on top of it. You got to, like you said, get in touch with your local city council, find out what's going on within your city. Get in touch with your congressman. Like recently, Congress just passed this bill to ban TikTok.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, my buddy was telling me, and then I heard it on YouTube the other day. And I'm like, they just waiting to see if Joe Biden going to do it. All he has a flick of a pencil. All he has to do is sign off on something.
Yep.
And now he's 80 years old. So the story that they giving him, he don't even probably know what TikTok is like that. Like, so whatever his advisors are telling him, he's going to go along with that. He's going to go with that. You know what I mean? He's the president. He still has the last decision, but he's not really from that generation.
No, he's not. A lot of people use TikTok to promote their businesses. They promote their music.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not a TikTok person. I could care less. But it's about taking away our freedom of speech. And that's where it's going. That's the slippery slope that it's going down.
Yeah.
In fact, my congresswoman, she voted for it.
What, to get rid of TikTok?
I'm going to write her an email now and tell her my opinion. I mean, I could text her right now and say, what the hell are you doing, woman?
Yeah.
But it leads us down a slippery slope where we don't have freedom of speech.
Wow.
And I'm going to put it to her in a very succinct way. You use Twitter to be able to, grassroots, to get money from your constituents and things of that nature. I said, they take away TikTok. What if they take away Twitter?
Yeah, they start with one and then they can start going. They can say, okay, we did this one. Let's take away the other one. Let's do this one.
Exactly.
And
we don't have the opportunity, and this is one reason why the Democratic Party is so in favor of this.
mhm.
Majority of the people are not dealing with mainstream media anymore because why? It's nothing but propaganda and lies, and we're starting to wake up to that.
Mhm.
We rely on TikTok. We rely on Twitter. We rely on YouTube to get our information. You start taking away those things, what do we use to be able to communicate with each other to tell us the truth?
Because the TV is dead. The TV, the time of the TV is dead. The TV is dead. Nobody really watches TV like that no more.
You look back during the 40s, during World War II,
Mhm.
in Germany. Goebbels was the minister of propaganda.
Uh-huh.
He utilized the movies. He utilized newspaper. And he utilized radio to be able to broadcast propaganda because those were the media venues at the time. And the
Wow.
Democratic Party, which is
Mhm.
basically a socialist party now, is doing the exact same thing.
Wow.
They're taking a playbook from history. That's why I read about history.
Mhm.
Because if you don't know your history, you're destined to repeat it.
And it definitely repeats itself too. Like something happens and it comes back again. But if you don't read your history or read, you're not going to know what's going on with when it
You're not
repeats
going to know what's
itself.
going on.
Yeah, you like, hold up, I've seen this before.
Like I'm actually a licensed amateur radio operator.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
When the cell phones went down here in Texas, where nobody had any cell service and this, that, and the other, I could still get information by just turning on my radio.
Wow.
I could still communicate with people within the city of, the DFW area
Uh-huh.
to find out what was going on. Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
What's going on in your neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's raining over here on this side of town. Oh, it's not raining over here on my side of town. It's just information back and forth.
That's crazy, yeah. But
And I tell people now, and one of the things that I'm going to start looking back into is pirate radio.
I remember them in the early 2000s, the late 90s. People, it was a lot of pirate radios. I was living in Miami at the time. They used to pull them up, say what they had to say, and they always would change it. It'd be coming from different places. Like they would move the location.
Yep.
And they would speak on different topics and different things or whatever news, whatever was going on, they would speak on it.
Because the government controls everything. It controls, it controls your radio. It controls your TV. It controls the news. It controls your doggone cell phones.
Yeah. And even on YouTube, on YouTube, you can be like 60 to 70% real. After that, they'll tell you, like, after you, like, say I get off this video, if they don't like what I was said, they'll give you like a yellow, it's called like a yellow sign on there. Like it's a money sign. Your money sign is supposed to be green, but it'll be yellow, and they'll say, "Oh, we didn't like some of the content." Or if you say too much, if you say too much, they can demonetize and they can give you a strike.
Yeah.
Hawk has 2 strikes right now. Big Hawk has 2 strikes on his channel right now. And I told him, like, watch what you say. You can say whatever you want, but just watch how you deliver it. Or code it up a little bit.
I just posted comments, and I got a warning from YouTube saying that, that my channel, and there's only one video on my channel.
Oh, wow.
And they told me that I could be, my content, they could stop me from commenting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're doing that now. Because even some people here on the live sometimes tell me, like, oh, YouTube took my comment down. I'm like, I didn't even see it. So YouTube got it a second before I got it, and whatever they didn't like what you said, they took the comment down before they even hit my channel.
Yep. And it's all done by an algorithm.
Yep, they know. They own it, and they're getting better and better at it. Because the more that the social media develops itself, the better the I guess the engineers that do the software are putting different little things in the software to catch everything.
Well, when the company I used to work for, when I got injured, and I had to sit down for a while because I hurt my ankle.
Yeah.
It was a point of teaching the computer how to learn.
Wow.
And basically, you know, like I have this thing on my phone, an app on my phone. It's called Fetch. And every time I get a receipt, I go grocery shopping, I get a receipt, I take a picture of that receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time that you do that, you're teaching the computer to read.
Wow.
And all of that information basically gets stored on the cloud, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And so it knows exactly what you buy, how much you spend. I have an app from my local grocery store, Kroger.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I buy something, it'll show up on the screen. Oh, do you want to buy this again?
Wow.
So it knows it can basically give you a shopping list based on the things that you've bought in the past.
That's crazy.
And every time we do that, we're teaching computers how to read.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I didn't necessarily understand this whole application thing until I got injured.
Wow.
And so a woman that I work with explained it to me.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, well, this is what you're going to be doing because, you know, you've got to sit down because you're not supposed to be walking around.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically going to be taking all of this information and teaching the computer what to look for.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for the date, looking for the time, looking for the store. And it will pop up a suggestion for you.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Technology has went somewhere. I would love to be around for the year 3000, but I know I won't be around for that. I would love to see where it's going to go by like the year 3000, because right now this went somewhere it should have never went. It's just.
Let me tell you something. The things that are being done right now, I would have never thought would happen in my lifetime.
Wow.
Look at how much we've come from looking at the Dick Tracy cartoons in the newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with the watch.
I know. The black and white
Star
TVs.
Trek with the black and white TVs to color. The tricorder on Star Trek.
Wow.
You remember on Star Trek?
Mm-hmm.
The insignia that was on their uniforms, and he used to just be able to touch it. That was the communicator.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, you can buy those now.
You can. Oh, wow. Technology.
You can literally build it. Buy an indicator. It's the Star Trek logo,
Mm-hmm.
and you can touch it. It connects to your Bluetooth.
Technology. Unbelievable. Then I used to watch the Jetsons, some of the stuff on the Jetsons.
Yeah, I used to watch the Jetsons.
When I was a kid, now we're doing it. I'm like, wow, this is crazy.
Yep.
This is crazy.
People, people do not realize, and when you're born in this generation, you don't know what the generation previous to it
you don't know.
has seen.
Yep.
Heck, I remember when cable TV actually had a cable attached to it.
I remember too. Yep. The guy would come in and put the box in your houses.
Yep.
The cable, they had to run the wire from outside of the house and drill in. And that wasn't that long ago. That was like the 90s, the 80s, the 90s. It's like, what?
Yeah.
That wasn't even that long ago. Like, I remember them days like yesterday.
I do too. I remember when MTV came on. It was July of 1979. I was in grammar school. I was still in middle school. I was getting ready to go to high school that summer. That fall.
Okay. Wow.
The very first MTV video was "Video Killed the Radio Star."
Wow.
Was the very first MTV video. So
MTV been around for 50 years now, then.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And the very first video was "Video Killed the Radio Star," and it basically told the world what was going to happen. We're killing radio. 45 years.
So it came out in 1979. Wow.
I believe it was July 1979 because I ended up going to high school. No, it was 79 or 80.
Mm-hmm. That's
Oh, it was July
45
of
years.
1980. It was July 1980 because I went to high school that September because I graduated in '84.
Wow. That was 45 years ago. That's my lifetime. That's my life on this
Yeah.
earth. Wow.
Because I remember all of my friends piling into my house to be able to watch the debut of MTV.
Wow. And I know they promoted the heck out of that. I know that was on every newspaper, everybody. And word of mouth was big back in the day too. Like anything they could spread so fast, word of mouth. Like you tell one person, by the end of the day, everybody knows on the other side of the planet.
Exactly. Hey, I remember back in the day when we only had 5 doggone TV stations.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So you've seen the evolution of the TV.
Oh yeah.
Wow. She said 5 stations.
We had ABC, NBC, CBS. We had, because when I lived in Connecticut, we had PIX, which was Channel 11. We had Channel 9. We had Channel 5, which I still believe was NBC at that time. And then we had PBS, which was Channel 13.
Wow. Unbelievable.
And Channel 13, which was public TV.
Okay.
Was a public broadcasting network or the public broadcasting station, PBS.
Okay.
That was the only station that stayed on 24 hours of the day. Every other channel went off at midnight or 1 o'clock.
Wow.
The station actually played the last movie or whatever came on. It would play the national anthem, and then all of a sudden you got nothing but green screen.
Yeah. Oh wow. Because they didn't have enough shows to make it 24/7.
Yep.
Wow.
In fact, when MTV started, there used to be a show on PBS called Austin City Limits.
I heard that name before.
It used to be broadcast out of Austin, Texas. They played nothing but concerts. MTV had bought the rights to a lot of those concerts and started playing it on MTV as videos.
Wow. That's crazy. And MTV is still sticking around.
The other show that used to come on was out of the UK called London Calling.
Okay.
And they would show concerts from the UK. MTV ended up buying the rights for that and showing it as videos on MTV.
Yeah, they was doing anything to get videos 24/7. They were doing anything. Yep. Wow. And then they didn't play hip hop. When did they first start playing hip hop? I remember they always talk about that. It took them a while to play hip hop.
They it was called Yo MTV Raps.
I remember that show.
And I can't remember the 2 guys that used to be on there.
Mr. Ed Lover and them. Ed Lover.
Yeah. Ed Lover was one.
And I forget the other guy's name.
Yeah, I can't remember the other guy's name. But that was the beginning, the dawning of hip hop in New York.
Wow.
Yeah, because they had one of the first VJs that were on MTV was a guy named JJ Jackson. And he started bringing all of these guys out of New York that they were rapping on the street and everything else. Everybody was breakdancing. One of the movies that became very popular was Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. Oh man, you got Beat Street, and then you got this other one. What's the other? Crush Groovin'. Keep the body moving.
All of that was brought to TV and to be able to give people more of an audience. And they took that and they ran with it because guess what? Now we got an audience. Now we got people sitting down in front of the TV again.
Wow.
And being able to get that audience to make that money.
Wow. They said Dr. Dre, Ed Lover, and Dr. Dre. And Ed Lover. Yep. Wow.
And today is no different. It's no different on YouTube. It's no different on TikTok, Facebook. All of these things that we utilize today is just to be able to get the almighty dollar.
Wow. Yeah, that's what it is. It's turned to this now, man. That's YouTube. That's
I mean,
crazy.
I can't even watch a live stream without a doggone ad popping up.
I know, because they got to get that, because that's, you know, TV works, the commercials, now the advertisers make their money online like that. So probably during this live, probably like 100 commercials came on the live. I can't see it on my end because I'm the one giving the live, but what people tell me from the channel, like, yo, you're getting commercials like every 5-10 minutes. I'm like, wow.
And I'm telling you, they want to try to control this outlet as much as possible.
Yeah.
You know, and just like I was saying before about Congress wanting to, you know, to ban TikTok because they're worried about the Communist Party being able to get the information from people who utilize TikTok.
Oh, because they saying that TikTok is Chinese. It's a Chinese guy that invented it. They own it, right?
Yes.
That's what it is. Now I see where it's going with this. Yeah.
And my whole big thing is, Congress, you should be worrying about the thousands of people coming across the border.
Yeah, that's the ones you should be worrying about now. Because like you were saying earlier, the U.S. is a big country. If they're going to take it, they're going to take it from the inside. Because I've met some Chinese. I met some Chinese migrants in one of my videos. They just came in from China, and then I got a YouTube friend, Christmas List. He was just at he was in like the San Diego area at the border, San Diego, California area, and he just randomly went down and recorded. It was like 50, 60 Chinese migrants coming into the country.
Yep.
And he just randomly came down there. He just randomly went to the border and recorded. And that's the first thing he recorded. It was like 60 or 70 Chinese migrants coming in, and like, well, what are they coming here? Are they I know they pleading political asylum, but from what? What's going on to make them plead political asylum?
You know, there are some people that believe that the reason why these Chinese are coming into the country is to secretly build an army within the U.S. border. So if something pops off between China and Taiwan, because China wants to take over Taiwan, and if the U.S. turns around and does something, that their army within can turn around and destroy our infrastructure. Wow.
And they can just easily put them in certain states, certain cities, certain places where they know, oh man, or they can hide out. You remember how they were doing when the 9/11, them guys hid out in like Florida in places, and then they came out and did what they had to do. Like, it was crazy. They were
sitting. The thing is, we are what we call 9 meals away from total anarchy.
What do you mean 9 meals? Where's the 9 meals coming from?
You cut off the electricity in this country. People can't have access to their phones.
That's true. It shuts everything down.
People don't have but so much food in their house. What do you think is going to happen?
Wi-Fi, you're right. Social media, they can't get on there. And the day we're so trained now, especially in the U.S. and some European countries and Canadian countries, like your Wi-Fi go out, you go crazy. If your internet go out, you go crazy. And especially if the power goes out for a day or two, oh man, that's just total chaos for people in the States. Because they live and die off of that. Like, without that, they won't know what to do. They won't know what to do.
That's why I'm an amateur radio operator.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I can get up my radio right now and talk from anybody from within the DFW area. I can talk to people in Fort Worth. I can talk to people in Dallas. I can talk to people in Keller.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, so yeah, we done, because like they definitely wouldn't want to be in a country like Haiti. Then I was there during the COVID. Man, that power was going out like crazy. I mean, it'd go 2, 3 days, 4 days with no power, and people would just survive like it was nothing. Like, I was like, yo, dude, I was like, am I the only one freaking out about this?
You know, the Mormons have a saying: if ye are prepared, you shall not fear.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta have generators.
If you're prepared for power outages, if you're prepared to be without social media, if you don't fear not having those things, then you're prepared for the worst.
Yeah, but we don't. In the States, a lot of us don't. Like, we get into a habit Everything is it's like a microwave lifestyle. You want cable, you got that. You want
Yep.
Wi-Fi, you got that. Some people they don't even want regular Wi-Fi. It got to be like the high speed. Like everything got to be like they got to go fast. They freak out if they got to like it's a little delay. Oh, I just pulled up this website. Why is it taking 3 seconds?
Why do you think they came out with the Instapot?
Yeah. Yep.
Why? Because people weren't sitting around all day on Sunday cooking. I could throw a roast in an Instapot and it'd be done in an hour, not sit there and let it take 4 or 5 hours to cook.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Unbelievable.
We live in that instant life.
Yes, we live in it. Definitely 100%. Some people, they say, what you say?
Go ahead.
No, I was saying some people want me to do, they said I should do StreamYard. I do StreamYards, but I just didn't do it lately. I do StreamYard. I did one the other day. I had a guy come on here and talk about Amazon. He's an Amazon guru. He teaches you how to set up the Amazon, and he tells you some items to buy, and he tells you how to do like set up a what you call it, or KPT or KPL, like you write books. You
KDP.
write books. Yeah, KDP.
Amazon KDP.
Yeah, you write books on Amazon.
Well, he didn't do Amazon KDP. He basically did, how do you be an associate?
Yeah.
Basically like a buying associate to be able to buy something and be able to sell it on Amazon. He didn't necessarily go into KDP.
No.
Which I'm trying to learn about KDP myself.
I wrote 4 books on there now. It's pretty easy. Once you know how to do it, it's pretty easy. You just have to have an account with Amazon.
I gotta get around to doing that. I've got a bunch of short stories that I want to put in a book.
Oh, yeah, that would be good. You'd be surprised who would read it. Like, you never know, like, stuff that you wouldn't think is important like that. It's your work, so you know it's important, but you will be surprised, like, the type of feedback you'll get when you put it out there, especially, like, somewhere Amazon. Like, that book will be everywhere. Every country, every place somebody can just go online and type you in or type something close to your book title or your style of book. You'd be surprised. You might have
well, the thing is, the
biggest
part
bestseller
about that is marketing.
Yes.
You have to do like you have your YouTube channel to be able to market your book.
Yes.
And that's where people, that's where the real selling comes in.
I got one right now.
Having that venue, that outlet to be able to sell and market that book.
You see it? I put one up right now. You see it? Philydom's Life and Truth. But I even changed the cover now, so I got to get some more books to show it. Only people that brought it. I got to call Amazon and get another one, but I put my face on there. I did a lot of different stuff, so everything is going good.
Yeah, and now the thing is, when you have Chat GPT, oh my goodness.
Yes.
AI. Man, I got to get a little bit more into that.
Yeah.
Because my niece wants me, because I'm the only one that's kind of left in my family.
Okay.
I'm getting to be the older person in our family.
Okay.
And my niece is like, Auntie, you need to write a cookbook because you're the only one that has like grandma's recipes and stuff like that,
And you can do that on Chat GPT for sure. It's easy. It'll be fast.
So yeah, I got to get around to doing that to help these guys out, to pass on that knowledge, those recipes that I had from my mother and their mom and dads and stuff of that nature.
Wow.
But that's the thing. It's all about utilizing modern technology to be able to get to the forefront.
That's true.
And why not utilize it? I mean, you did 4 books already?
I did 4 books. I got one on hold right now. I got another book that I'm writing now on computer, and I just stopped it just to take a little break, because I want to build up my marketing. Because the books were doing good when I first started bringing them out. But I'm gonna tell you guys the truth, since we're talking about migrants and travel. Like when I was just dealing with the travel space, people in the travel space, they were buying my books. Now that I do the migrant content, people are not buying the books as much. Because mainly people are watching my channel now because of the migrant crisis. But they're not buying the migrant people I said the migrant people. I don't even the people that are watching my content for migrant content, they're the ones not buying the books. But the travel space was buying them. So I thought about doing a book about writing a book about the migrant crisis. Not nothing in depth or anything like that, but just my experience, why did I start recording the migrant footage, how long I've been recording the migrant footage, where you can find my what I learned from about the migrant crisis, just through the eyes of somebody that didn't understand what was going on. I can do like a 10 chapter book on that alone, because there's a lot of information to talk about.
Yeah, because I remember one time asking you about, how did you get started writing? How did you go through the KDP process and things of that nature? How do you write a book?
The first book I wrote was a work about me working in Alaska in the seafood industry. The guy, Master Wayne, the guy you saw, he's the one that helped me with that. But we both sat down together, and he helped me. I went to, we use Chat GPT, so you go there and you can say, Chat GPT, how can I write a book? You could just speak it into, just say it, and then it'll tell you this is how you write books. Basically, what I do for my books is, first I come up with a title. I gotta or I'll think about, okay, what type of title I want for the book, and then what is the book is going to be about, and then after that, I just start gathering my thoughts, and then you just put it on Chat GPT, and it helps stretch it. Like when I write a book, I'll just talk in the chat. They have a little function there that you push a button and you start talking. So I'm like, okay, I was born in 1975, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. On the streets, I spent most of my days maxing and relaxing, and you just give a long big spill. And then Chat GPT will see it, and it'll write everything you said. And then you'll go to Chat GPT. How can you make this sound more educational? Or how can you elaborate on this? And then you read through it, and you say, oh, I don't like it. So then you delete some of it, and then you put it back. You say, Chat GPT, help me sort out my thoughts to make them sound clear, but let it be my thoughts, what I've said in here. And that's how I learned how to do the books, and you can do it. And you're a person that can talk a lot. You can do book. You can probably write a whole book in one day if you really wanted to. Like at least the body, have the book, and then you would go back and forth to keep checking, like add this, take this away, put this in, take that out, put this in. And then they have stuff like Grammarly. You go to Grammarly, you take your whole book to Grammarly, and you help them with the grammar to make sure the grammar is on point, and they'll chop some stuff off, and then you can go back to ChatGPT. I mean, it's amazing. And then obviously after you do it for a while, you get better and better at it.
And better at being able to utilize the AI.
Yeah, the different prompts. They call them the prompts, the different prompts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, something like that is, I think a lot of your audience would be interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
Only because of the fact that, it could inspire other people to be able to tell their story or tell what's going on in their neck of the woods.
Yeah, so I figured since the migrant thing, I'm doing that content, I might as well, after this other book, I figured I'd write a book on the migrant crisis. Just through my eyes. It's nothing going to be politically in depth or anything like that, but it'll just be, why I start recording the migrant footage. What's intriguing about recording the migrant footage, because it's a part of history. 20 years from now, 30 years from now, some people going to be looking back, and professors and researchers, and they're going to understand, like, why the heck did they let so many people in the U.S. in 2021, 2022, 2020? Oh, Mr. Biden was president, and then they'll go into it,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all about being a part of history and documenting it.
Yeah, I'm just documenting it. This is no matter how people want to laugh at this migrant crisis is a really big part of U.S. history. This is going down in the history books. They've never let 100,000 plus, because they're not giving us the real numbers, come in the U.S. in 1 month. And like you said, just the ones they documented. It's people the borders have been so saturated and so many people coming in the country right now. A lot of people got in and nobody even knows they was in the country because the Border Patrol had their hands full.
Yep.
So this is what they caught.
They're saying now, since Biden's been in office, it's probably close to 11 million people he's let into this country.
Yeah, and that's the ones that they guesstimating. It's probably another 2 million that came in that it's walked right in the door and nobody even checked them, no nothing. They in the States right now as we speaking. They're not going to tell you how they got in.
They're not going to tell you.
Yeah. And then
especially if they've got relatives already here.
Yeah, and then you got the what you call it with the cartel with them tunnels. People pay like it could be a rich family from Brazil that sends their relative up to Mexico, and the cartel takes them underground through the tunnels. That's real because they found them all the time in San Diego every couple months, every couple years. In California, they've been found in these tunnels.
And that's the thing right there in a nutshell. There's so many what the Border Patrol calls gotaways,
Mm-hmm.
people that they don't manage to catch.
Yeah.
There's no telling how many people are actually in this country.
You don't know. And then some people, they're good. Once they hear, they don't commit crimes. Everybody is not a criminal. Everybody's not going to commit crimes. So they can live among people from their community. If they're Mexican, they can live among the Mexicans and get a job under the table and work a respectful life, live with a couple Mexicans, and you wouldn't even know they exist because they don't get in trouble with the law. They probably don't even have a license or nothing. They just work. Like they just whatever job they get and they just do it and they do it and nobody even know they're here. And they can exist for years and years like that.
Oh yeah. I live in Texas.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah, you're in Texas, so you know California, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, y'all get it like no other. Y'all get it like even Florida don't get it like you guys get it. People keep saying Florida. Florida, people gotta jump on boats to go there. It makes it a little harder. But Texas, you could just walk to the border.
You can literally walk across the border, be in the United States, live your entire life here, and nobody knew you were illegal.
Nope. If you don't get in trouble,
illegal documentation.
Yeah, you don't cause no problems. You just go to work, you come home, you stay out of the way. More than likely, you're not going to get stopped by law enforcement. You got to be doing something, or the people around you got to be doing something to put you in that type of situation.
Exactly.
And if you don't associate,
and that's what people don't understand.
Yeah, if you don't associate with them, you're invisible. You're a ghost.
The thing is that the government uses the census to be able to determine who gets represented, how much representation from that state you get. And it's based on census numbers. It's not based on citizenship. And that's one of the things that Donald Trump wants to change. He wants to change that you have to be a citizen to be counted and to be represented.
And I think that's fair.
Not just because you're in, a population, that's what you get as representation because it represents anybody. I think everybody needs to be counted, but I think it needs to be a separate count.
100%. You're 100% right about that because it needs to be two separate counts. Because like I told you, somebody said in the live one day when you was talking or another live that you wasn't on or something talking, and they was talking about the electoral votes. You clarified that. Remember I asked you about the electoral votes? So I was like, so all the migrants, when they do the electoral votes, they are counting them, and they're not even citizens. They're not even green card holders. They're nothing. They just here. And they're getting counted with the population to give more electoral votes. That blew my mind.
That's why you got Gavin Newsom that's allowing them all to come to California. Why? Because of the population decrease of all the people that have left California, that have moved to Nevada, that have moved to Arizona and Texas. There's a lot of people that left that state.
Wow.
Just like there's a lot of people moving out of New York.
It's too expensive.
They're moving to Florida. They're moving to Texas. They're moving to Georgia. They're moving to North Carolina to get the heck out of New York because it's too expensive.
Yeah, I don't know how. I say it once. I say it twice, three. I do not know how people are surviving in New York City. People got one bedroom, $4,000 rent for one bedroom apartment. We talking Queens. We're not talking Manhattan. We talking Queens.
That's ridiculous.
That's insanity. Just for your rent, $4,000.
That's not including utilities.
Utilities. If you got a car, if you got a drinking habit, if you got like a party, if you ain't married and you want to be out on the scene at the clubs trying to get a date, get with people, it costs money to go to the bars and the restaurants and the theater plays. Like that's not free.
No, that ain't free.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to go when I lived in Connecticut. I used to hop on the train and go to the city a lot. I mean, and I would be on, I would be down in the city almost every weekend. But I'd go to a Yankee game, hang out, this, that, and the other. But I had the expendable, disposable income to be able to do that. I couldn't live there. I don't know how my mom, my stepmom and my nephews and his kids are still living there, and they're trying to get out. They're going to be getting out of the city, going to North Carolina.
Yeah, that's crazy. Somebody said a joke here. Oh my goodness, Lou. He said, it's bad in New York when the Dominicans start leaving. And then he said lots of laughs. And he said he basically saying the future of New York is the Venezuelans. Oh my God.
It is. Because they can live in those conditions. They can pack 4 or 5 of them in a 1-bedroom apartment and live comfortably. To try to maintain and
that's how they survive. That's how they'll survive, and they'll do that for years and years until they really get enough money and really, really get on their feet. American citizens won't do that. The Africans will do that. The South Americans will do that. The Caribbeans will do that, but Americans won't do that, man. And I don't think Europeans will do that. I don't think European migrants will do that. It take a lot. It takes a lot to live with 20, 30 people. That takes a certain type of person.
But that's the thing. Americans have been used to an elevated income where you didn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just gotten so. We've gotten so used to that as Americans, and why shouldn't we? Look how much money they take out of our paychecks in taxes.
If you don't have kids or you ain't married, man, if you ain't got a property. Oh my goodness, they tear you apart.
When I was living in Connecticut and I was working a decent job because I was single with no dependents, you know how much they were taking out in taxes?
Tell them. I'm about to probably fall out on this chair when you say the number.
38.5% of my paycheck went to taxes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. Oh my God.
38.5% was taken out in taxes because I was single with no dependents.
Wow. I got to read this one comment. The guy said he said, well, get ready for the Venezuelan Day Parade. They're going to have a Puerto Rican parade and the Dominican parade. They're going to have a Venezuelan parade now. And I think they had the, Irish. This is the Irish Day Parade was today, I think.
St. Patrick's.
Yeah, St. Patrick's Day Parade. Irish Day, it's here today. Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Oh man, the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I used to go to that every year. I used to go to the Puerto Rican Day Parade, St. Patrick's Day Parade, and then I would go to the gay parade down in Greenwich.
Wow. Well, we got one more on the list, the Venezuelan parade now.
The Venezuelan Day Parade.
Yeah. That's gonna be on the list. The guy was like, "Yo, for real, I'm not even joking, Philly, for real." Let's go. He said, "It's coming soon. Watch." Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's entitled to celebrate their heritage and do what they feel they need to do. Because I'm going to celebrate mine.
Yeah, that's true. Wow.
But at the same time, we are becoming as Black people fewer and fewer.
Yeah. Well, like like I told you with the passport bro movements, a lot of people are moving out the countries or working online because they like, the States ain't here for me, or the States is not for me no more. So they're starting to slowly move because it's not even at, I think, 20% Black people in the whole United States. It seems like it a lot when you like live in places like New York or Philly or DC or Connecticut, or Boston.
Well, the thing is, according
Atlanta.
to the last census, it's 13.2 or 13.6% of the population, of the U.S. population, is Black people.
Wow.
But what they don't tell you is that includes all of the migrants that are considered Black in this country on the census as well. So you got people from Africa, you got people from the Caribbean that are considered Black are also within that population, as opposed to American descendants of slaves. We're probably only at about 5 or 6%.
Yes. Yeah, like last year I was in Brazil. they definitely have more black people there. They was the man. I went to El Salvador, Bahia. It's a lot of black people there. Rio had a nice little percentage of black people. Even Sao Paulo, which is considered the most populated city in the Americas. I thought Mexico City had more people than them. They saying Sao Paulo has more people, like in the tri-state area. They talking like 25 million. In the
Wow.
25 million. They have more people than Mexico City.
Jeez.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes. I couldn't
And they
believe
all want
it.
to come here.
Yeah. That's why they like what I said with these countries. The best thing the U.S. can do is help these countries get on their feet and do good, because when it's going bad for them, they're gonna be looking like the Haitians. They're gonna jump on boats and planes and try to get out of there. And guess where they're gonna beeline to? The States, because we push this thing called the American dream, and everybody believes they can make it here.
Well, you know something. That's the thing about it. The American dream has died.
Yeah.
You know, when I was a kid growing up, the only thing that you wanted to do was, have a good job, get educated, have a good job, have that house on the hill, and this, that, and the other, and it's unobtainable.
Yep. Yeah, it's a subscriber, a young subscriber told me. He's 29 years old. Shout out to my boy. Shout out to my boy Stefan Amar. He said that. He said, Philly, your generation was the last. You grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and you were born in the 70s. He was like, you were the last. He said, man, how can I afford a $300,000 house making 60, 70 grand a year? Come on, man. I'm not married. I got no kids. I got no wife. I got nobody. How can I afford that? Come on, man.
You can't.
Come on, man.
You can't afford that.
He said, honestly, living, doing an honest job? Like, how?
Unless you're dealing drugs on
That's
the
what
side.
he's saying.
Or you're shuffling migrants into the country. You ain't gonna be making that money to be able to pay that mortgage. It's unobtainable. And at this rate that we're bringing in migrants from other countries,
Yeah.
this is going to end up being a third world country in your major cities.
I was looking like that, man. They started to clean up Manhattan a little bit, but I got scared when I first started recording. Like, what was that center? What is it called? It's called the Roosevelt Hotel. Oh, I had all the scooters packed around the building. It was just, oh man, they cleaned it up a little bit, but yeah, America's starting to look like that now.
I remember New York back in the day when 42nd Street was, nothing but the
strip clubs and stuff.
You had
Was it that?
You had the girls on the corner.
Yeah, I remember the strip clubs and the prostitution. I remember that early 90s.
The nudie booths you used to be able to go into. Like I said, the girls on the corner used to go down to Washington Square Park and buy weed.
Oh, wow.
But, and then when Giuliani came, it was a time of, cleaning up New York, making it really the tourist attraction that it needs to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he did a lot of good things for the city, but he also did a lot of things that I wasn't in agreement with. I wasn't in agreement for stop and frisk.
Yeah, because they can pick and choose, and they can get, they can say he's a black person, he's a Latin person, let's stop them. White guy can go by with an AKA in his jacket, and they have a nice day, sir.
And that's the thing. We've got a politician that's down in El Paso who is so against that law that was changed here in Texas about law enforcement being able to stop people and basically ask, if you're under suspicion of not being in this country legally, you could be arrested and deported. And he was totally against it. I mean, he even cursed this other politician out on the doggone House floor. Wow. And he's like, you stopping me from being with my family. And the guy turned around and told him, is your family here legal?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
if they're not, then you ain't got nothing to worry about.
Oh, my God.
And my whole big point is, none of these Latinos had a problem with it when it was black people being stopped for no reason.
Mm-hmm. But now when they start hitting them, they're like, oh, it's a problem now.
Yeah. And the worst part about it is you got a lot of these Latinos that are in office that want this immigration. Look at AOC.
Yep.
She's a representative from the Bronx, and she's like, "Oh, these people aren't illegal. No illegal is illegal, and all this other stuff."
Yeah, I seen her. She was at the Roosevelt.
Her house in the Yonkers.
Yeah, I seen her in the road. She was at the Roosevelt talking one day. Man, they cursed her out so bad there. I was like, oh my goodness.
I better not ever see AOC.
They cursed her out. They almost kicked this guy out. They went crazy. I was like, I saw it on a YouTube video. I was like, oh, smack.
You see, I know my congresswoman is down with the struggle.
She said she's down with the struggle.
Having it.
Wow.
She is not having it.
Wow. Yeah.
In fact, she's on YouTube. If you look up Beth Van Dyne at the border, she was. Mm-hmm. Her lungs were getting ready to come out. Her dog got shot. She was so mad.
Wow.
But not every politician is down for this.
No, the problem I have is just and my family's immigrants, they spending too much money. New York is probably at $4 billion, not million, billion. $4 billion in debt. They probably creeping up on it. Because I've been on top of this subject since the summertime when nobody was talking about it. It was happening, but nobody was talking about it except the news. The news, they have to report it because it's news. But like no content creator, nobody was really talking about it, not many of us. And I've been counting right along with them. They're about $4 billion in debt right now.
And who's going to end up paying that? The taxpayers are.
That's what I tell everybody. That's what people. That's why my little saying is, I talk about this subject, those migrant topic like this, because if you're a U.S. citizen and you pay taxes, and if you're a U.S. citizen and you pay taxes, this is going to affect you because they can make us pay more taxes now because they're so in debt. And this is just New York. We're not talking about what Colorado is going through, what Chicago, Illinois is going through, what Texas is going through. Poor California. This has always been a problem in California. This is not nothing new to California. They're like, welcome to the club. They always had problems with immigrant situation in California and Texas. Arizona the same way. This is business as usual for them places. New Mexico, this is business as usual. Now it's a big problem because now Colorado is getting hit with it. Seattle, Washington is getting hit with it. Portland, Oregon is getting hit with it. Boston, they want me to go to Boston. I'm going to go probably in a couple of days to see what I can find, what's going on with the migrant situation up there. Boston is getting hit with it. Maine getting hit with it. They got a whole facility. They're bringing migrants up there. Already have migrants up there, and they put them in an apartment and they paying their rent for 2 years. And after they get their job, whenever they, they get organized and situated and get a halfway decent job, they have to pay 30% of it back. But they're paying their mortgage, their rent for 2 years. The state of
Let me tell
Maine.
you something. If you go to Maine, if you go to Portland, Maine, you're going to find out that there is a lot of Somalis.
Yeah.
In Portland, Maine. A lot of Somalis.
Wow. And that's not a sovereign state, is it? Maine is not. It's not a sovereign state, is it? Or there are some sovereign cities there.
I don't believe so. I don't think it's a sanctuary state.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A sanctuary city.
But because of the fact that what happens in Maine, because my mom used to live in Portland, Maine.
Okay.
What a lot of people do in Maine is, winter times they end up going to Florida. They're, like the snowbirds, they go down to Florida. But they have such an older population in the state of Maine, and that's one reason why they want the influx of migrants, because of the fact that they're younger.
Okay.
Because, there isn't a whole heck of a lot of, decent jobs in certain sections of Maine.
Okay.
So unless you're getting on a fishing boat, and
one of them type of jobs, you're not going to be able to. Yeah, because that's what I know Maine for, fishing. I know Alaska and Maine for fishing. Once you say them places, I'm like, they fish a lot there. Wow.
but like someone had mentioned earlier about Tyson Foods. Tyson Foods, working in a meat packing plant or, the food industry on that level, it's not an easy job. And the people that are there, they can pay them, these immigrants, less money than the people that are currently working there.
Wow.
So, of course, that's going to put Americans out of jobs.
Wow.
And like I said, these companies don't care about the people. It's all about business. It's all about making profit. It's all about the shareholders.
Yeah, they just, everything is a number. It's just numbers to them. They count bodies. We have 2,000 workers. They just count that. They don't care what they have to do. They'd rather pay less, get the cheaper labor than the most expensive labor.
Exactly. When you look at all these major corporations like the Walmarts and the Home Depot and Amazon and places like that, they don't care about you. No company cares about you.
Yeah, like you said, Amazon, eventually they're making so much money, like you were saying the other day, that eventually they're gonna go with robots. You were telling everybody they're gonna go with robots, so they're gonna be replacing. Unless you can fix robots, you might not have a job.
Pretty much. I mean, it's getting so expensive in New York. Jeff Bezos even left New York and moved to Florida.
And he got money. He's not broke at all.
He's like, I'm out. I'm out. He took his billions out of New York and moved to Florida.
I don't know how people survive in New York. I need to do a live on that alone. Just have New Yorkers come on here and explain in detail how are you surviving in New York, because this is not cheap. I went to go get a salad the other day. It was $21. An avocado salad. They charged me $21. We're talking at a corner store. We're not talking about like a restaurant. We're talking at a corner store.
It's unbelievable. And like I said, here in Texas, it's starting to get that way here. It's already gotten to that point. Rent is getting ridiculous. The jobs, they'd rather give it to the illegals because they can pay them less money, number one. And number two, these people aren't going to push back on any conditions that they work in.
No, they just want a job. They just need to take care of their families. They owe people. Some of them borrow money. People laugh at it. They're like, oh, we walked here from Venezuela. Some of them owe people money back home. So they need to start kicking some money back to the homeland to pay for that. Like, you know what I mean? They owe people.
Yep. I know a guy that's from West Africa. He actually had to pay back his family money that he had owed them to come to the United States and everything. And he came in on a visa.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
He didn't slip on, he didn't
slip under the radar. He did it the right way. Yeah, because for you to come to the States, you need money. He like, he got the visa. Where's he going to stay? How long is it going to take him to get a job? How long is it going to take him to get his working papers? It's a lot that goes into it. It's just because you got the visa, yeah, you won a little battle. You okay, you can come in the States now. They said you can come in. But I mean, he has to survive. And countries they coming from, rent is not that expensive. Food is not that expensive. You come to places like New York or something, and it's like, it's past culture shock. You like, people paying this? So he has to figure out how to survive.
Like I said here, you have a lot of people that live in this area that are H-1 visa holders.
Yeah.
And so they come in through their jobs to be able to work here in the United States. And the first thing that they do is they get an arranged marriage back home. Then their wives come over, and within a year's time, she's popped out a kid.
Anchor baby.
And all you see around here is young women pushing baby strollers.
Wow.
And then what they do after that is they go get one of the in-laws to come over into this country and babysit. And it's this is my childcare, this is my daycare.
The Haitians do that.
Set her up.
The Haitians do that.
Business.
Yep. They do that.
And now she's in the country running a business. The wife's popped out a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Now the grandmother, the in-law, she'll babysit somebody else's kid, babysit somebody else's kid. She's got a daycare business.
Yep. because that's the biggest thing, like childcare. I didn't even tap into that, like childcare. If I couldn't watch my son all the time with me and he had to go to childcare after school, like I didn't even tap into I know that's expensive. I know my mom used to run a
Oh,
daycare back in the day in the 90s. So I could imagine in 2024 or 2023, 2020, 2024, how much they're paying for daycares. I could
See,
imagine.
back when I was growing up, you didn't have daycare.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but
wow.
we were the last, what I like to call the last of the feral children.
She did the last of the feral children.
You got a key to the house.
Mm-hmm.
After school, you came home. You cleaned up. You started your homework, or maybe helped start dinner before your mother, your parents got home. You didn't have daycare. Thank God for me. My uncle had a farm, and you went out to my uncle's farm and you worked. All the cousins would be out there. He had a 5-acre farm where he lived at. And he had another farm he had 350 acres.
Wow. Unbelievable. And
you had to go out there and mend fences and feed the hogs, feed the chickens, and everything else. And you didn't have no daycare. You worked.
Wow. That's crazy.
In fact, my family, to tell you a little bit about my family, my family is in the National Historical Registry in New York State.
Wow.
As the oldest African American community in all of New York State.
Oh, wow. I can probably Google it and it'll pop up. Wow.
Yeah, all you have to do is tap in Rap Road. RAPPRD, Rap Road.
Rap Road. Wow.
It is the oldest African American community in all of New York State. That's my family.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
They came up from a small town in Mississippi called Shifuwayne, Mississippi. Migrated in the 20s to New York State. There was a pastor, Pastor Parsons, who bought some land, and then one by one, my family members had came up and bought acreage from Pastor Parson and built the oldest community in New York State.
Wow.
People talk about, this is the thing that also throws me about, you got these pastors in Chicago that are talking about, well, Black people were migrants and Black people need to embrace migrants that are coming in across the border. And it's like, no. We were citizens who migrated within the country for better jobs, not coming across the border.
Wow.
And they're trying to convince us, Black people, that we're migrants. I don't know about you, but I know my family came here in chains.
Yes. No, you're 100% right. Mine's too.
My family didn't migrate here of their own free will.
Yo, they came in chains. That's how the slave. That's how you come as a slave. Yeah, they were forced to.
Their language was taken away from them. Their culture.
Their culture.
They were taken away from their families. Everything was taken away from. They were stripped of their dignity.
They don't know who their family members are. Nothing.
Because I like it the first time a person says to me, well, you Black people need to go back to Africa. I said, well, when you can give me back my history, when you can tell me where I came from, when you can tell me who my family is, I want to see gladly going back to Africa.
Fly me out there since you already, and fly me out there since I had to get voted. You voted me out to the U.S., so fly me back to the country then, and pay for my expenses until I find where my family's at.
But they can't tell us that. But they want us to embrace this migration of immigrants to this country that came here illegally, breaking the law.
Wow.
I know if I go out here and break the law right now, they're going to put the silver bracelets on me and take me to jail.
Wow.
But, they had this guy, his name is, I can't remember the YouTuber. He literally went into Mexico with his passport, tucked his passport in his pocket, and came across the border illegally into the country, not through a port of entry.
He said it again. What did he do again? Say it again. He did what?
He videotaped it, him doing it.
Okay.
Just to prove how easy it was to get into the United States. Border Patrol stopped him and told him if he did it again, that they would arrest him.
Wow. So he crossed into Mexico, and then when he went in there, he crossed.
He crossed into Mexico through a legal port of entry. He came back into the United States, across the border, snuck in. Border Patrol saw him. They stopped him and they told him if he did it again, that they were going to arrest him.
Wow.
And he was a U.S. citizen.
Wow. I mean, as long as he comes back, he just has to go to one of the port of entries. If he sneaks in any other way, they're going to wonder why you're doing that, because they're going to be like, okay, is he trying to find a way to smuggle some stuff into the country and for people not to know?
Yeah, he was the YouTuber told him he was a YouTuber. He was videotaping him coming across the border.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Just to prove to America how easy it was to sneak into this country.
Yeah.
And Border Patrol threatened to arrest him.
Yeah, because
he did it again.
Yeah, because the Mexicans are the king of that. They'll be in LA one day, they'll go back to Mexico, and they'll sneak right back in the country like it's nothing.
They will put so much pressure and so much in a line of threats onto American citizens that they don't put on these illegals coming into this country.
Somebody, my friend Renee Reese, she said, no, not Renee Reese, she said, where's the Blacks endless debit card? when we gonna get our debit cards? Because I told you they got the $1,000 debit card for them now.
And this is the thing. You got people in Chicago, you have people in San Francisco. We're talking about politicians and lawmakers. And even in New York, they're all of a sudden now they want to start this discussion about reparations. They're not giving us any money. They just want the vote. They just want the vote.
They're going to say anything to entice you, to keep you on a rope, to keep you stringing you along and keep you on a rope. My boy, Stefan, he's moving to the Dominican Republic. He's out like in 2 months. He's moving to the Dominican Republic. He said he finished with the States.
You know something? There's a lot of people that want to think about moving out. And I can't blame them.
Yeah. And like I said, it depends. If he work online, so he can be anywhere in the world and do what he does. He doesn't have to be, confined to a country. He can be anywhere, but everybody don't have that option. If you're married and you got a whole bunch of kids and you're on child support, because on child support, they take they take your passport and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
They take your license. How you gonna take somebody's license? They need to drive to get to work. Everybody don't live in New York with everlasting with transportation, like Ubers and a whole bunch of train lines that go everywhere in the city or wherever you're at. If you're living in like Idaho or something, you don't have them options. You need a car. You have to drive.
That's like being in DFW.
Yeah.
DFW doesn't have the public transportation the way New York does.
Yeah, so you need a car.
You need a car to be here. Unless you're living across the street from your job.
Yeah, you need a car. Oh, wow.
Because everything is so spaced out.
It is, man. That's crazy.
I know a lot of guys that had to pay child support and basically, living on ramen noodles because now they got to turn around and pay for this kid that they popped into the world.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But at the same time, a lot of the short stories that I started writing had to do with how women treated men and some of the things that men had to go through.
Oh, wow.
Or some of the things that they've experienced based on what women did to them.
Wow.
And then I'm going to start writing a bunch of another short stories where it's the complete opposite.
Okay. That'd be an interesting topic. So people really want to hear that because the guy, he really doesn't get a pass for anything. He's always the one that takes the heat on a lot of stuff. And I feel everything goes both ways. It's not just, you can't just put it on one person.
It does go both ways. But there are a lot of men, and I'm an advocate for men.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. A lot of people say, "Oh, you're a lesbian. You don't like men." No, my father was a man. My brothers were men.
Yeah.
I love men. I just don't sleep with them.
Yeah. I guess
but
that.
My point being is that I was raised by very strong men. And there has been a lot of women who've done messed up things to men. Men who work 2 jobs. Like my brother, he worked 2 jobs his entire life.
See what I mean?
Spent 8 years in the military. Loved his children, took care of his children. And this woman did nothing but F him over.
Because the system is for them, it's not for the man. A lot of people don't say that in the U.S. It's not for them.
No, the system is based on getting money.
Yes, it's all about getting money, and if they have to, let somebody take the L, they take the L, and that's the person that's going to take the L.
But once again, we go back to the '60s and we go back to the feminist movement, and like I said, we can spend a whole other day topic on that. But the system was put into place where they convinced Black women, especially. You don't need to have a man in the house. We'll help take care of you. But we're going to get our money on the back end from that man.
Yep. And that's what's going on today. So that's where we're at with it. That's why I know we got a shortage, especially now. A lot of Black guys are not getting married, and people can't understand. They can't. They hip to the game now. They don't want to go through all them problems. That's why they're not having kids like that. That's why they're not getting married like that.
Yep, they're not going to go through that. Have a doggone kid and be attached to it for 18 years. What was that? The line in the song. She had you on the hook for 18 years, and then you find out it wasn't his.
Yeah. So they hip. Guys are hip to it, man. They're hip to the game now. So they think I'm not. My family member put himself in it. That's it. I can't put myself in it. That's how they thinking now.
And now laws are coming about now where if a woman has a child, there's got to be a paternity test.
It has to be.
And women are getting pissed off about it. I'm like, if you weren't going out here dropping kids like it's a dog, a pet dispenser, then maybe you wouldn't have that problem.
Yeah, and then some of them have it's a big topic, man. We talking about now. Like they're gonna have kids with so many different guys. Like you're 27, but you got 3 baby daddies, and if the guy dies, I can understand. If he was in a bad marriage one time, okay, but you can't keep popping kids and just to be having them, just to have them.
No, you can't. I grew up in the Catholic religion.
Okay.
So for me, abortion was out of the question. I'm against abortion. Unless it has to do with the life of the child, the life of the mother or whatever, that's an exception to the rule.
Yeah.
But other than that, you shouldn't be just, opening your legs for anybody in the doggone world.
No,
And not having a plan in your life.
Because even some of the guys you have kids with, they might not be making that type of money. Like you pulling money from them, and they're not even making no real money.
Kids are not toys.
No.
You can't just have a kid, and then next thing you know, you can't afford to take care of them. You can't do that to that child. And people don't realize the detrimental mental effect that it has on children.
Yeah, that's true.
You got 2 and 3 kids by 2 and 3 baby daddy. Maybe one father does something for his child, but now the other children feel left out.
Yeah.
They don't feel, the love that maybe they would get from their father. And where are they going to find it? They're going to find that in gangs. They're going to find it in the street. They're going to find it, especially with these young girls out here, they're going to find it in some old dude who next thing you know, they're going to end up pregnant.
Yeah.
and the cycle doesn't end.
Goes on and on.
They're gonna find it. They're gonna find it in drugs. They're gonna find something to make up for that loss.
Yep. So yeah, it's a it's a lot. There's a lot going on in the U.S. right now. It's a lot going on in the U.S. It's a lot. It's a good country, but it's a lot going on. Oh my goodness! Like I always tell
Why
people,
anybody want to come to this country right now? I don't understand.
my boy, what's the name said that? My boy, Stefan, he's in the live. We talk about this all the time offline. He said, I don't know why these people want to, I don't know why they're so fixated. He's like, the American dream ain't here no more. The Americans are working their butts off and they still can't pay their bills. He was like, why would you put yourself, but some of them are coming from poor places like Haiti. There's nothing there. It's like from the half. I speak for Haiti because it's my family's from there. They have nothing. So anything is better. Any country is better. Like anywhere they go is better. But like I said, we promote this American dream, and people now the Venezuelans are seeing it. They interviewed a Venezuelan girl in Chicago, and she wants to go back to Venezuela because she thought whatever, she took this long walk and hustle to come here, and now she's finding out the U.S. ain't what she thought it was going to be. And even after they broke their neck and gave them food cards, free hotels, free food, free laptops, free iPads, free everything, they still say that they don't see the good in living here.
Don't make no sense.
I know. I'm like, wow, that's deep. And then they're in Chicago. Most of the people, they're not used to the cold weather. So I don't know if they knew geography, but I would have told them, don't send me to Chicago. I don't know if they knew geography. Like, they've never even experienced that type of weather back home in their country. They don't even have a clue because they're close to the equator. It's just hot. They got 2 seasons, hot and hotter. That's the seasons. And then it might be some hurricanes here and there to spice it up a little bit. A hurricane or something like that, or an earthquake. But after that, it's just hot and hotter.
I mean, heck, here in Texas last week, it was 92 degrees.
Yeah, but Texas is a red state. That governor, he got them out of your state, boy. He said, you want to go to New York? Let's put them on a bus right now. I'll fly you there myself if I have to.
It was 92 degrees the following day. It only reached 50 degrees. It was a 40-degree drop within 24 hours.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And it's been pretty much in the 60s and 50s for ever since.
Wow, unbelievable.
And let me tell you something. When it was 90 and 82 degrees last week, and I'm like, oh, geez, Texas summer's coming.
Yeah. Well, April rolling up. And y'all got that dry heat.
Oh, man. It's just like I dread summer coming.
Yeah, man.
I really do.
Yeah, Texas, the places I felt the heat the worst, man. I lived in Florida for a couple of years. I lived in Miami for a couple of good years. I went to school down there. Miami got that dry, but Texas heat was even drier. I was like, you can't even breathe. And in Vegas, I don't know what people are doing in the summertime. I don't even know why you would want to be there. And it is so hot in Vegas in the summertime.
And let me tell you, it's worse in Houston in the summertime because of all that humidity. It gets to be 104, 105 degrees down here. It feels like 113, 114 degrees.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
And I'm like I said, when it got to be 92 degrees last week, I was like, oh, God, I dread summer. I dread summer.
Wow, that's crazy. That is unbelievable.
Because at least in New England, when it gets cold, you can put on more clothes.
Yeah.
It gets hot down here. There's only so much in the line of clothes you taking off.
That's true. After that, you're naked. What else you gonna do? You're gonna be naked. What else can you take off? Yeah. Or sit in your house all day under an air conditioner. That's all you can do. But if you got stuff to do, you got to move around.
And then you got to worry about the biggest bills that you have is heating and air conditioning in the summertime. Mm-hmm. Because of the fact that it gets so hot.
Well, the electric man making money. Because you forget the electric man is making money.
I mean, in the wintertime here in Texas, I barely turn on my heat. Mm-hmm. As long as it's at least 65 degrees, I'm good.
Wow.
In fact, it can get as low as 60 and it don't bother me. Mm-hmm. like I said, in the summertime when it starts to get hot here, I'm like, no.
Unbelievable.
Can I go back to New England, please?
That's crazy. Wow.
And all these immigrants are going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what it's like being in New York in the summertime.
Oh, between them buildings, they about to find
boy.
out. That's why I said this is going to get a lot worse than it's getting better. Because it's cold right now in New York and people shooting each other and stabbing each other up and beating each other up. When it's hot, people get irritated at a drop of a dime.
Yeah.
When it's hot, you get irritated even quicker. So it'll be a lot more problems. It's going to get a lot worse before it get better.
Yeah, especially down at them subways, man.
Yeah. It's crazy. You see what happened the other day? This guy got in an argument on the subway, and what did he do? He got in an argument. He got in a fight with somebody on the subway. I don't know what was it about. He was arguing with this guy on the subway.
The guy that got shot?
Yeah. How you get shot with your own gun? How you pull out? How you the aggressor and you get shot? How's that happen?
Because you stupid.
Yeah.
You don't shoot nobody on no dog on subway. It's too much close quarters.
Yeah, he was fighting the guy. They fought. I think he was beating up the guy. And then he was with his girlfriend. He had a ride or die girlfriend or wife. Girlfriend or wife. She stabbed the guy in his back. So that's what got her off for her boyfriend or a friend. It might have just been a relative. You never know. I don't know what their, what their relationship.
I think they said it was his girlfriend.
Well, she's a rider. They need to marry her. Because she was willing to take a charge for you. You got packs of guys that run together, and they wouldn't do that for another friend. They wouldn't do that for another friend. Like, you know what I mean? She stabbed this guy in the back, got him off her boyfriend, and then this guy goes in his pocket and pulls out a gun, and then threatening him with the gun. The guy grabs it. Her boyfriend grabs the gun. End up tossing. I guess they was tussling with the gun, and end up shooting the guy in the head. He's still alive.
See, that's the mistake right there. When he took out the gun, he's too busy waving it.
Yeah, that means he wasn't going to do anything. He's trying to put fear in them.
Yep.
Because if you're going to shoot somebody, you're just going to do it. As soon as he told it out, he would start shooting if he was going to shoot people. So he wasn't going to do it. Well, he learned a big lesson. He got a major lesson that he learned.
Oh, yeah, he got an F around and found out.
Yeah, he got stabbed in the back. You got shot with your own gun. You're not even tough if you go to jail. You can't even tell people in jail that happened. You can't tell nobody in jail that happened. They will all laugh at you. Everybody will laugh at you. You can't even tell nobody that. But they know already because they got TVs there. So they know. So when he's like, oh, yeah, we know who you are. Then he's
the guy that let yourself get stabbed in the neck by a woman and shot in the head with your own damn gun.
And then he didn't pay the $2.90 to get on the train. They recorded him coming in without paying his fare, so he jumped fare. I'm like, oh, you just looking really bad, bro. Then I think he was kind of intoxicated. When the girl was recording it, he was like slurring his words, so he might have been kind of intoxicated. He was like, oh, no, I'll do whatever I want. No, you didn't. Obviously, you didn't do whatever you wanted that day. It didn't work out for you. And
unlike there was a guy here in Dallas. He was on the train here, and there was these 4 kids that tried to jump him on the train. And he turned around and shot all 4 of them.
Wow. Texas, you can't. That is the wrong state to do anything. Like, people don't understand, like, that right to carry firearms. You should be paranoid with anybody in Texas. You should just, like, if somebody bumps me, I'll be like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If the guy bumps me, I'm apologizing to him. I'm sorry. Because it's not going to end up good for you, because it seems like everybody has firearms down there. It just seems like everybody has a firearm. So it's not going to end up good for you.
Well, but see, the thing is, not everybody carries a firearm here in Texas, but the point of the matter is that you don't know who carries
it. Yes. And that alone is scary. That's scary. That'll
make you polite real quick.
Yes. Like you said, if somebody try to take your car, you can shoot them. If somebody threatens you or tries to attack you on your property, you can shoot them.
I went to like I said, we have a lot of Indian people here. they have a tendency not to be very polite to black women.
Oh wow.
And I'm standing in line,
Uh-huh.
and I don't like people standing close behind me.
Uh-huh.
So I'm standing in line, and I turn to the side.
Yeah.
So I can see this person standing behind me, and I can see who's standing in front of me.
Wow.
Because of the fact that I don't like people coming up too close to me, because you don't know what people are going to do to you.
That's true. That's 100% true.
That's just paranoia on my part.
Yeah.
And the minute I moved, this guy kept getting closer and closer to me. And so I looked at him and gave him this look like, you better get away from me.
Yeah, I don't like your moves. Yeah.
And the cashier was looking at me because she was thinking something was about ready to pop off. Mm-hmm. And then she saw me reach in my pocket, and she was just like, okay. Because I put my hand on my side. I had put it on my firearm.
Uh-huh. So they knew that.
Because all I had to do was just take one step back.
Yeah.
You know, you don't pull out a firearm to threaten somebody.
Yeah. If it comes to you pulling it out, that means you have to use it. That means it's escalated to that point that you feel like you have to use it. But see, some of these guys in New York and Philly and all across the world, they think people are scared because they got firearms in their hand. They think they scare everybody, but everybody not scared. Obviously, that guy was not scared. And it's like, what is it? Stay or flight? What do they call it? He had to do something.
Fight or flight.
Yeah, fight or flight. You put him in a position. So he probably was like focused on the firearm. He didn't even see you no more. He's like, I gotta grab the firearm. I have to grab it and put it in a certain way. Wow. Shot at him 4 times. They said one hit him in the head. That's crazy. And then your situation, yeah. But you're right. When you pull it out, it should be to use it. It shouldn't be just to try to scare somebody, because they can always lunge at you. They can always attack you.
It doesn't take long for a person to go 30 feet at you to hurt you.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do with somebody that's less than 5 feet away from you?
Yeah. They were like in 2 feet of each other. He was right there to grab it. Matter of fact, he put him in that situation because a YouTuber. I don't know how these YouTubers are getting this footage. The YouTuber got the footage, and he walked. He was closing the distance with the gun. You should always keep your distance away. You don't even have to be military to know that. He closed in on the guy. If the closing in, he can grab you. He can fight with you for the gun. Why would you close in on him?
But that's the thing. Being a woman and having a man attack you, that's disparity in force.
Yeah.
So, when I went through training and everything else, they tell women to move as far away as you can. Yeah. Because you don't want somebody to grab onto you where now you're in a struggle situation.
And a guy, more than likely, he might be stronger than you in that situation. It depends on who the guy is. He could be a skinny, scrawny guy. It depends.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The way that, like I said, the way that I was trained.
Yeah, keep your distance.
I took training classes.
Okay.
The way that I was trained, they tell us as women to get away from the person because of the fact it could be a person the same size as you, but because they're a man, they're gonna be stronger than you.
Yeah. So you keep your distance.
You keep your distance. You keep your hands away from them because you don't want somebody to be able to grab you and now you're struggling.
Yeah. I was like...
because I look at it this way. If you're going to try to grab me, the first thing you're going to try to do is grab my arm.
Yep. Because that's where the weapon's at.
Exactly.
And you're going to try to deflect it away from you. And that's what y'all going to be tussling with. And somebody's willing to get punched and hit to hold their gun down so they don't get hit. They're willing to take some punches to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd rather get punched all day than hit with a gun. Get hit with a bullet.
No, because bullets, they hurt.
They hurt. Yeah, a couple of my cousins and friends got shot, and some of them are dead. And the ones that survived told me it was like a hot iron. My cousin told me it's like a hot.
It is like a hot
iron, like ironing your clothes and going into you. I'm like, oh wow, I don't want to feel that.
I got shot in the leg,
mm-hmm.
and the bullet just grazed my leg.
Wow.
And that hurt. That hurt like
Like,
I still can like feel like that sear,
ouch.
like that's nothing to play with.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what it's like being at the range and getting a shell case and go down my shirt.
Yeah, you're like, ouch, 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 ouch. Yeah.
The guys at the gun range used to love these girls that would come in with these low cut dresses and their boobs all practically hanging out. Because they knew that those shell cases were going to go right down there.
Like, bloop.
And they would sit there and laugh and everything. I'm like, tell them to put on a sweater.
Yeah. You make the mistake once. The next time you go to the range, you're gonna make sure you're equipped.
No, when I go to the range, I make sure I wear like a hoodie or a jacket or a sweater on just in case the shell casing pops back, because that'll happen.
Wow.
You know, but I tell people, you know, because I had a friend of mine just recently. She's getting ready to get a divorce.
Okay.
And she wanted me to go with her to the gun range and show her how to use a gun and all this other stuff because she's just not too keen on her soon-to-be ex-husband because she's going to be serving in papers soon.
Yeah, he's gonna be kind of mad about that.
You know, and I'm just like, you know, you need to take your time. Guns aren't for everybody.
Yeah, because you can hurt yourself not being an expert at it.
I tell people, take a training class. You know, learn how to use the weapon, learn how to be able to clean it, take care of it, you know, practice with it. I said, and don't just get some, you know, find a gun that works for you. You know, just don't go out there and get the biggest one that you can find.
Yeah, because they get what's like that you comfortable with and what you want to use.
You know,
that's true.
And I told her if that's what she feels that she needs to do is to take some training classes.
Yeah, you gave her the right advice. Yeah, don't just jump into it just because, you know, you're like, oh, I don't got a record, so I'm gonna go get a gun. Like, no, you want to make sure, and then you want to be comfortable with the weapon that you use too. Like you said, every weapon is not for everybody.
You know, because fortunately for me, I have a lot of friends of mine that are ex-military, ex-special forces.
Okay.
I also trained with a SWAT team. Okay. I went through a training class. They gave me some kind of hands-on training when they were doing indoor training. The SWAT was doing indoor training, and I happened to be there that day doing some search and rescue. And they're like, yeah, come on, we'll show you what needs to be done. And I was like, cool. I get to train with SWAT.
Like, yeah.
So I took a 45-minute training class with SWAT. And like I said, most of my friends I used to hang out with are Green Berets, ex-Army Rangers, SEAL Team 4. I mean, even my brother was 82nd Airborne Division.
Oh, wow. So he was out of Georgia. They all started out.
Actually, he did his basic training, and this tells you how long ago it was, out of Fort Dix, New Jersey.
Whoa. They don't even have that base no more, I don't think.
No, I think it's a federal, part of a federal prison now.
Wow. When you said that, that's why I was like, hold up, I heard that place before. Are you for real? Wow.
Yep. Hell from above, that's what they call them.
Wow. Yeah, because I had some buddies that went in the 90s, and they were airborne, and I know they got trained out of, it was Georgia. I can't think of the city right now, but it was out of Georgia. Is
it Fort Benning?
I think, yeah, Fort Benning. Yep, Fort Benning, Georgia. That's what they was.
Because my other brother was stationed. He was United States Air Force. He was stationed out of Warner Robins, Georgia. He was out of the Civil Engineering Squadron out of Warner Robins.
Wow. Yeah, out of Georgia.
And then my other brother, he was a Navy Seabee out of Biloxi, Mississippi. Oh, Gulfport, Mississippi.
Gulfport, Mississippi. Oh, wow. Yeah. That was back in the day. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they called them the Fighting Seabees.
The Fighting Seabees. Wow.
In fact, there's a movie with John Wayne called The Fighting Seabees.
Oh, well, good old John Wayne.
Yeah. You know, like I said, guns aren't for everybody. I tell people to get training.
Mm-hmm.
Learn how to use it. Learn how to be comfortable with it.
Yeah, because you don't want to.
Because you don't want to be in a situation like that guy sitting there waving it around like it's a pretzel.
Yeah.
And then somebody take it away from you and beat you with it.
Yeah. And that guy didn't even get charged. They said it was self-defense. I know they wanted to talk to his girlfriend, but she's not gonna get charged either. The guy was attacking her boyfriend. What was she supposed to do?
Disparity in force, self-defense.
Yeah, and I'm sure she wouldn't have did that in normal situations. She was worried about her, her boyfriend, so she did what she had to do.
Well, hey, I'm not messing with any woman from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Okay, because I know they got a knife.
Yeah, they got a knife. Yeah, she was slick with it too. I was like, oh man.
I had a coworker of mine when I first came down here to Texas, and she was from Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about getting guns and stuff of that nature. She said, "No, I carry my knife still. I'm from Brooklyn." I'm like, I know not to mess with you.
Yeah, Brooklyn.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on the other side of the hallway because I know you're carrying a knife.
Yeah, Brooklyn, they'll cut you in a minute, man. They don't mess around, Brooklyn, man. People getting slashed, like Big Hawk was telling me, like people getting slashed. When I first came here, me and my son, we first came to New York, I'm like, man, New York is not, they don't play no games. He was talking about like people getting slashed on the train. And then I watch the news, I'm doing the migrant videos, so I'm always zoomed into the news. I'm like 2-3 people getting slashed a week. And then the news just said, this was like the 17th or 18th incident on the train, on the subway for the year. I'm like, hold on, I'm doing the math. I'm like, hold on, we only into March of 20. They said they doubled already from last year. I'm like,
hey,
wow.
I still carry a knife.
Yeah, wow. A lot of people carry it, man. A lot of people. I walk around Queens, people have it. I see it in their tuck. I see it on the side. And I'm like, oh, wow, everybody got a knife.
And the thing is, the law here in Texas also changed as well, where you can carry any size knife that you want. Before, it used to be you couldn't carry a knife longer than 4 inches. You can walk around here with a samurai sword on your back and they can't say anything.
Wow.
I mean, it's not that you see it, but, Texas is known for the Bowie knife.
Yeah.
And I know a friend of mine, he was a former guard in Saddam Hussein's military.
Whoa.
And he always carried a knife, but he always carried it across his back. So he could have easy access to it.
Oh, he just reach back and grab it quick. Even if somebody charged at you, can just grab it quick.
Yeah, as soon as he pulls it out, he's slashing you with it.
Wow.
One hand. Yeah. And he says to me, he says, I need to teach you proper technique to do this. I'm like, all right.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Shout out to my boy Stefan in the live. I see him. He said, cough up a lung. Where I'm from, Marcy, son, ain't nothing nice. Jay-Z line. Jay-Z said, ain't nothing nice in Brooklyn. They cough up a lung. Nothing nice in Brooklyn. So he said, there's nothing that's nice there.
Yeah, like I said, my family's from the Bronx, so I used to go down and see family all the time, and go to Yankee games and stuff of that nature. So I was always in Brooklyn or down in Times Square or something along those lines.
Wow, yes, it's rough there now, man. They saying the Bronx is the most dangerous of the boroughs right now. That's what they say. I thought it was Brooklyn, but they saying the Bronx.
No, South Bronx is real bad.
Wow, that's what rap started at. Golly.
Yeah.
Golly, South Bronx. Yeah, I see a couple shootings, a couple stabbings. Oh, man. And then now they get the migrant crimes.
But if you notice about the migrants, they're pretty much staying in Manhattan. Even though you have some in Queens and stuff of that nature, they're not going down to South Bronx acting stupid.
No, not unless they want to be a toe tag. Yeah, they know where to pour the nonsense at. Like when they fought the police officers, they did it in Manhattan. They would have never poured that in no Brooklyn police officers, no Bronx police officers. Oh, it would have ended a little different. It would have ended a little different.
But I remember back in the day when, Koch was mayor and Dinkins was mayor and stuff of that nature, you didn't even mess with a cop down there on 42nd Street.
Yeah.
because they club you like a seal down there if you mess with one of them.
Yeah, I was surprised. That was really disappointing when they did to the New York cops that time.
Yeah.
With the migrants, I couldn't believe that. That was unprecedented. They never hit them with a taser. They never shot at them. They showed me that actually showed me that the law enforcement can practice restraint. They can actually,
Exactly.
because they always say with black people they can't da 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 da. But they got kicked multiple times, smacked, punched in the face on video. It's not everybody has that
Kick in the
video,
head.
and they not once hit them with a taser. They not once pulled out their gun. They could have shot at will if they wanted to. At that time, would have been in their rights because they were getting attacked. They got jumped.
Disparity in force.
Yeah.
It was what, 4 or 5 of them, of the illegals versus 2 cops.
Yep. Kicked in the face.
That was ridiculous.
I couldn't believe that. I was shocked that one. I'm still shocked at it. I was like, oh wow. I'm like, so, okay, something is not going right because if that was a U.S. citizen, it'd have been just blood and guts on the ground. They would have ended that quick.
Oh, cop would have ended their life in pink mist.
Yeah, they did not once pull out their gun. They did not once even reach for their gun.
Not even an ass baton.
Nope, not even a baton. And
I carry an ass baton in my car.
That's crazy. I couldn't believe. I was floored. I was like, that shows me they can practice restraint when they need to. They can do it.
Exactly.
They can do it because they always say when it's black people, oh, I didn't have a chance. I had to do it. I didn't have a chance. Like,
yeah.
And then
I wanted to say something now. The next time a black person gets shot in New York by a police officer, if they're gonna say, well, I was being attacked. I had no choice but to defend myself. Oh, it's perfectly okay when the Venezuelans kicked your behind all over 42nd Street.
Yeah. And then it was more than that. It was another incident at the shelter. The one I call it
that's right.
They threw book bags at the cops. They threw bottles at the cops. Not once did they pull out their guns for them. Not once did they start tasing people. They were just trying to get that one person out of there. The migrant, he didn't belong there.
See, if I were Mayor Adams, I'd be telling police officers now: you go into a shelter, you go in deep, and you go in heavy.
Yep. Because you got to let them know.
You come in there with riot gear.
Yeah, you have to let them know who's in charge. And I'm not giving the Venezuelan excuses to anybody, but in their countries, they don't respect law enforcement. Zero. Like Haiti, I always because my family, I keep bringing it up. The gangs, the thugs, they have zero respect for law enforcement. And I know that goes along in Dominican Republic. Not Dominican Republic, I know that goes along in Haiti, Venezuela. It was like that in El Salvador. But that president, Bukele got that under control. Because it was times when I used to go to not Venezuela, but El Salvador a couple years back, and the people were like terrified, like, oh, the gangs run the country. Man, they elected that president, man, he went ham on the gangs. He said he could do the same thing for Haiti, but he needs somebody, the UN or somebody to pay for the travel and all their expenses. And they said they can get Haiti under control. But you have to show force.
Right now can get Haiti under control. In fact, they're supposed to be sending $130 million to Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess Kenya is getting involved.
Yeah, but they shouldn't send the money to Haiti because every time money goes to Haiti, it disappears. It never helps out when it needs to help out. No, I think they better off to sending troops there and getting it under control and working with the government, the governor of the country.
Well, what they did the United States, I know what they're doing is they're also sending Marines to the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah, they're there now. They're there now because I have people on the ground. They told me they're there right now.
I think the only embassy that's open is the UK embassy, Australia, and the United States.
Okay, yeah. They're the only ones open in Haiti right now. And the one, the U.S. embassy is right by the airport. It's like literally next to the airport. It's literally next to the airport. And
that's the thing that really kind of gets me is that they've allowed the gangs to take over the country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they let the gangs take over the country. And now Haiti's a weird place, man, with certain stuff. Now the gang leader, his guy's name is Barbecue. He's saying that he's saying that now he's going after all the government officials. So now the prime minister's not there. He said, "Yo, you can have the country. I'll give it to you guys." Now they talking about they want to kill all the government officials, which really, to be really truthful, the government officials don't even run the country of Haiti. It's the elite, the wealthy Haitians that run the country. So I'm like, you a gang leader, you don't even know who you targeting. They're like puppets because if you're a government official in Haiti, you have to have an alliance with a gang to operate in Haiti. That's what happened to the last president of Haiti that got assassinated. He didn't align himself with no gangs. That's why he was assassinated.
Man.
He didn't, and he did other stuff. They had an electric contract, and the whole country wasn't getting electric. So he said, "We don't need this contract. If we're paying, they were paying like 20 million or 30 million. It was like a ridiculous amount of money a month for electric, but the whole country is not getting electric. Like only like spots of the country was getting electric. So he was like, why are we paying this 30 million if people not getting electric? So let's cut that He did a lot of stuff and then you had the drug dealers. Haiti is everybody knows this. They're a big country for dropping off the drugs. The Colombians come in and all that. They drop their drugs. And then when the coast is clear, I guess they fly it into Miami or wherever they take it at. And he was shutting down their operations. So he made a lot of enemies. He made a lot of enemies by actually doing the right thing.
But he had nobody to protect him.
Yeah, the Haiti doesn't have a standing military or nothing. So in them countries, you got to be kind of logical when you make these big, strong moves. You know what I mean? You have to, it was nobody to protect them. So half of the police forces on payroll, half of them are associated with the gangs. You know what I mean? They let them operate how they want. And then the other ones are trying to actually do the right thing. So he put himself in a bad situation. So I'm glad this prime minister, but I knew he was going to resign. I said, he's in Puerto Rico. I know they calling him, they talking to him and telling him it's the best thing for you to do. Because he already saw what happened to the last guy that was leading the country. So I don't think you want to be a part of that. So, you know what I mean? I don't care how much they're giving you. I don't care how patriotic you say you are to 80. It ain't worth your life.
No, it's not.
Yeah. I'm sure he got a wife, kids, family, friends. Somebody loves him. Somebody loves him. It's not worth your life.
Yeah, I just feel bad for the people of Haiti being in that situation and then having no place to go.
Yeah. And it was hard for them too. Well, what I'm hearing now, I think you clarified that too. You were saying something about it, and somebody was saying that 20 when they started coming, they had some problems around 2015. Haiti always has problems, but I remember around 2015 there was a lot of problems going on in Haiti, and a lot of Haitians had left. And what they did was come up to the Tijuana border, and I actually did videos on it. You can Google, you can YouTube phillydom Tijuana Haitians. My videos will pop up. I interviewed them. At that time, I think Trump was, with 2015, Trump was president at that time, obviously. He would not let them cross into the U.S. So they would have to come to the border, apply for a political asylum, and they would have to sit in Mexico. And they sat in Mexico for 4 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever it took for them to get the political asylum, and then they would let them come into the U.S. So this thing that Biden is doing is new to me. Because I was in Tijuana. I used to go down there all the time. I had a place down there, and all the Haitians were sitting in Tijuana. There were over 50,000 of them, just in Tijuana area. We're not even talking other parts of Mexico, because that border stretches between Texas. So they were everywhere along the borders. Because I went to Juarez one time, and I met a whole bunch of Haitians there. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow. And they had them sit. So all this crossing into the U.S., this is something new to me. But everybody said this is what the rules that Biden, he opened up these policies to do this.
Yeah, and the man is destroying this country.
I don't know what he's going to say when they have a debate. I don't know what he could say. I don't know what this guy can say to the people of the United States. I don't know what he could say when he's debating against Trump. I don't know what he could say to make himself look good. I don't know what he could say.
I don't think he's going to debate Trump.
Oh, God. I don't know.
I don't think they're going to risk him
debating
Trump.
Can they do that? I mean, can they do that? Because the people of the country can ask, the American citizens be like, oh, we want them to debate. Because I don't know what he could do to defend himself.
I don't know either. Because Trump is gonna make an idiot. He's gonna make him look like an idiot.
If he wasn't an idiot before this, and he's already to the people, a lot of people in the States, he's really gonna look bad. Like, I don't know what he could say. Like, oh my goodness.
You know, he's gonna have to do like he did for the State of the Union, take a bump of Hunter's cocaine and go on stage.
Yeah.
Because that is something you're gonna have if they do allow the debate.
Mm-hmm.
Get yourself a bucket of popcorn.
Yeah, that's gonna be funny.
You know, because that's gonna be something else.
Larry,
but I don't think they're gonna allow it.
Okay, somebody in the chat said Larry P said he think they're gonna cancel the debates for this election. How can they Oh wow, they're gonna cancel the debates. He heard they're gonna cancel the debates for the election. Wow.
Yeah, I just have this feeling. I don't think they're gonna allow Biden to debate Trump.
Because he just like, okay, what about the migrants? He can just stay on that all day. Like, explain it, please. They want to hear it. I don't have to, they want to know. Explain to them.
I'll wait.
Yeah, I'll wait. Yeah, please. You said under your watch, you let 11 million people on paper. That's not even the people that got in that we don't even know about. That's just on paper. So it could be 15 million people walking around this country right now. And obviously we feeling it because people are getting killed. People are getting stabbed. The gangs are trying to control drugs in New York. I mean, they're trying to do gang violence in New York City. There's a lot going on. Please explain.
Well, see, the thing is, I think what would happen is if they do manage to get into a debate, the first thing that Trump is going to do is ridicule him. And once he starts to ridicule Biden will get frustrated and he'll get angry.
Yes.
And that anger is going to come out and he's going to start yelling and screaming and being all, and Trump is just going to sit there and look at him like he's crazy. And he's going to let Biden, you know, grab his own rope, so to speak.
Yeah.
All he has to do is just start ridiculing him in the very beginning, getting him frustrated, and let him sit back and let the American people see truly the person that he is.
Yeah.
And he'll win that debate.
I remember he went to Trump.
Trump does his best when he debates.
Yes.
That's why he tore Hillary Clinton apart.
Yep.
He just walked around and just smiled.
He
said, "Can you believe this woman? Can you believe this woman?"
Yeah, I'm like, wow. Yeah, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
And I also
she's still crying about that.
Yeah, she is. She's still upset about that. But he's not a politician he didn't grow up as a politician, so his approach is more like raw and real.
He grew up in Queens.
Yes. Yeah. He grew up in Queens. I'm in Queens right now. That's crazy. Yeah, his approach is a lot different. Yeah, he just he talks to you like you at a bar drinking with him. It's just you and him. Like it ain't like he just says whatever, like out of his mouth to you. Like, oh.
I met Donald Trump on 2 occasions.
Oh wow, that's cool.
The first time I met Donald Trump was in 1996 at the Yankee versus the California Angels playoff game.
Wow.
The second time I'll tell you where I used to work. I used to work for Dr. Pepper.
Okay.
I worked as a product developer for Dr. Pepper in research and development.
Okay.
When he first did The Apprentice.
Remember that show?
Is the second time I met him. And he talks to you just like a regular guy.
Wow.
He's not the type of, he's a really personable person to speak to.
Yes.
You know, and I think his approach to debating is all that New York jive. You know, he knows how to throw game.
And push buttons. Pushing
because
buttons.
he throws it like a New Yorker.
Yeah. Wow.
He's not, like Bill Clinton. They used to call him Slick Willie.
Uh-huh.
He had that silver tongue, and that's what people fell in love with him about.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that he could play the saxophone.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's going to let you give you enough rope to hang yourself. He's going to let you put your foot in your mouth by just
Poking at you.
Yep. And that's where Biden is going to make his mistake, because you look at Biden, even with a reporter, he goes off on reporters.
Mm-hmm.
He screams at reporters, hey man, you want to fight?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you're 100 years old. Stop it.
Yeah, he gets upset too easy. And he should know that. He's been in politics for like 30 years. You should know people going to say anything to get under your skin. You got to just like wear like a Teflon body armor, like while you're in their face. Because they're going to do anything to get under your skin. Because I remember Trump was talking about his son. That was the first time I ever seen that in a debate. He said, your son is on drugs. Your son is a disgrace. I was like, whoa, that's kind of personal, Trump. But that's the New York in them. They know how to touch your buttons.
Yeah.
So
I look back at some of Sleepy Joe's messages on the Senate floor, and this is when he first ran for office. And I knew after watching some of those old clips, I would never vote for him.
Wow.
If you could sit there and use the N-word on the Senate floor to describe black people.
Wow. And I didn't even know that. See, I was just hearing this now. Wow. I didn't never know that. Wow.
There was a speech that he did in 1969 where he sat up on the Senate floor and told the people that he would not want his children to be schooled, to go to school with black people, because it was regarding segregation.
Wow.
He would not want them to be having to be sent into the jungle. He wouldn't want his children to be sent into the jungle to go to school.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Joe's
as racist as they come.
Wow.
He sat there and eulogized, what was it? Byrd was his last name. Senator Byrd, when he passed away, as a good, he eulogized him as a good man. Him and Strom Thurmond as good men. Strom Thurmond was a member of the KKK. So was Byrd.
Wow. And this is the guy we got as our president right now.
It's just like Hillary Clinton turned around saying that, what was her name? She used to be she was the creator of Planned Parenthood.
Wow.
I got her book over here someplace.
That's
Margaret Sanger. She sat there and eulogized Margaret Sanger as being her inspiration.
Wow.
In fact, that was the same year that Hillary Clinton won the Margaret Sanger Award. And Margaret Sanger hated black people.
Wow.
She wanted to get rid of us. She called us nothing but weeds that needed to be pulled and exterminated.
Wow. That's crazy.
I have a book on the life of Margaret Sanger that I'm in the middle of reading because I'm doing some my own personal research.
Okay.
And when you start, people always talked about Martin Luther King. You know who was the very first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award? Martin Luther King.
Wow.
That man sat in the pulpit encouraging black women to abort their children.
Wow. It's getting deep. Oh,
and let me tell you something. There's a thing called the Negro Project that was instituted by Margaret Sanger. And that was to get black pastors to go into the churches to be able to preach to black women to abort their children.
Wow.
And I like to turn around and tell people and politicians today, you know, the first time that a politician needs black people, what does he do? He starts bringing the pastors out.
Yeah, they always go to them first. That's true. They always go to them first.
He starts bringing the reverends and the pastors out to calm down the black people. Every single politician did it. Johnson up in Chicago did it. Adams in New York did it. The guy, the other Johnson that's in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, he did it.
Uh-huh. Wow.
And I'm like, do you not think that black people are hooked on to that they don't realize what's going on?
I don't think they know.
You know, a black pastor can't stand up to me and tell me a doggone thing.
Yeah. Wow, that's deep.
Because I know that your palms are getting greased.
Yeah, that's your part of the agenda.
All the money that's going into this migrant program and these shelters, well, the black pastors are helping the migrants and this, that, and the other. Majority of that money is not going to the migrants. It's going to the politicians, the Democratic Party, and it's going to the pastors.
Wow. And the pastors in New York were saying they was running out of money. They was trying to ask New York City for some money because they saying they was running out of money for helping the migrants. They said they was like, the church run out of money. How is that possible?
It's all a scam.
Wow.
My mother used to work for the Department of Taxation and Finance in New York State. She used to do corporate taxes.
Okay.
And she always used to tell me, she says, follow the money. You want to know what a person is doing? Follow the money.
Wow.
You got a lot of politicians that set up these shell corporations as nonprofit organizations, 501c3s.
Uh-huh.
And this is how I started finding out a lot of things about the Catholic Church. That's why I left the church.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these politicians and lawyers will set up these shell corporations,
mm-hmm.
and they give money to the Catholic Church. And then the Catholic Church gives them something in return. I won't mention what they give them in return.
Wow. My boy.
Because a lot of my friends growing up when I went to Catholic school were altar boys.
Wow. And we know that ain't a good thing. You didn't gotta get into that. We already know that they've been exposed for so long with that. Oh my goodness. Not saying all of them, but it's been a big problem. It's been a big problem.
They're doing it now with the migrants. In fact, there's Catholic charities are supposed to be helping the homeless. Certain Catholic charities now are laying off 300 people because they want to focus their attention not so much on the homeless and the veterans, but they want to focus their attention on the migrants.
Big Hawk talked about that too. He talked about that too. Big Hawk was talking about that. He was saying that they focusing all their attention now on the migrants, and it's taken away from the homeless. We've talked to homeless. Me and Big Hawk went on the streets, and you saw that we talked to homeless. The one guy said he was getting Social Security disability or something he was getting, and they chopped it from $1,200 a month to like $400 a month. That's a big chop. That's a big chop from $1,200 to $400. Because they say
also what a lot of people don't realize too is that the Veterans Administration is helping to foster medical care for the migrants.
They are.
I sent an article to my congresswoman that I had found, Doug, and I think it was the New York Times or the Washington Post, and I'm like, what is this all about?
Uh-huh.
And she texts me back and she says, I didn't know about this.
Wow. Yeah,
they are fostering medical care through the VA hospital, through the Veterans Administration.
To help migrants. Yeah, I'm sorry, they getting the migrants, man. They I've never seen. I laugh because I don't know what to say. Like I've never, like every time you think in your lifetime, you think you've seen something, you think you understand life, and then bam, they hit you with something. Like I've never seen them remotely help homeless people like this. Granted, some of them are on drugs, but some of them are really truly homeless. They lost their jobs or whatever happened. Life, what they say, life happens, and they've never got this type of help. Never got this type of help they give these migrants. Never.
You know, like I said, all of my brothers are veterans, and I know personally what they went through having to deal with, the VA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they make it hard because you got to go back for the paperwork. You got to do this, then you got to wait a couple months. And
People just don't understand what veterans go through.
Mm-hmm.
My heart goes out to veterans, and that's not all veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have a lot of people that sit there, and the minute you say, you hear a lot of people say, "Oh, thank you for your service," and this, that, and the other. I don't do it to every veteran.
Yeah.
Because not every veteran deserves my respect. You got to earn my respect, especially when you're a veteran.
Yeah.
And I always used to tell my brothers and everything, because my brothers used to get
pissed.
A little unnerved.
I figured they would get pissed. Yeah. About that.
And I turn around and tell the veterans that I truly do know about and I care about. I tell them, thank you for your sacrifice.
Wow.
Because I know the sacrifices that my brothers made, not seeing their family, not being able to see their children, be born.
For months at a time.
Missing missing the holidays and missing loved ones and stuff of that nature. I had one brother who spent 29 years in the United States Air Force.
Wow. Yeah, he spent a long time.
And I remember all the holidays that, and that's one of the reasons why I have been to a number of different armed force bases, because my mother and I would go to the base to be able to see my brothers.
Mm-hmm. So you remember everything that he missed and what he went through and all that. You remember all that.
My mother, I've been to Warner Robins Air Force Base. I would go to Fort Dix, New Jersey, Gulfport, Mississippi, to see my brothers.
Wow. That's straight. Wow, that's deep. You said thanks for your service.
Unfortunately, I couldn't go overseas to be able to see them, because that would have been great.
Yeah.
Places like Hawaii, Alaska, the Philippines, Okinawa, Spain, Algeria.
Uh-huh.
My brothers have been all over the world.
Wow.
Egypt, Israel, Kuwait. And they make a sacrifice for their family, not being able to be around their family and watch them grow and share precious moments with them. It's a sacrifice.
It's a big sacrifice, humongous. Humongous, because they call it, you work for Uncle Sam. You can be at a base and they can just say, boom, we moving you guys here because this happened and you got to go. You know what I mean? You could be comfortable in that city or that place, and they could have said they promised you was going to stay this amount of time, and something happens and they can just move you, boom, just like that.
Oh yeah.
At short notice,
Uncle Sam owns you.
Yeah, as long as you're in there,
That's why, as a soldier, if you were to have a child outside the United States, let's say you're stationed over in Germany, and your wife's with you, and you have a kid, that baby is not a German citizen; it's a U.S. citizen.
See?
Even though it's born in another country, it's still a U.S. citizen.
Yeah.
So all these people that are talking about, the military, they go, this whole birthright citizenship needs to be dealt with. The 14th Amendment was given to us as slaves because we were children of slaves.
Mm-hmm.
We had the birthright of being in this country because we were slaves. So we became citizens. Okay. Now they're using that same birthright citizenship for all these illegals coming into this country.
Wow, they got a question for you. Yeah, they got a question for you. They saying, Reese said, what do you think about the possibility of letting migrants join the military for citizenship? What do you think of that?
Number one, I think one of the things that Donald Trump can do the minute he goes into office is to redo transcription.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, institute the draft.
To build up the army again.
People that come into this country are not loyal to this country.
Mm-hmm.
There's no loyalty to America. And a lot of them will self-deport if that means they're going to be drafted.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah, because they just come in here to work and get money and send back home to their relatives. That's another reason why a lot of them can live 20 of them in an apartment because their game is to stay here for a certain amount of time, build up money, and then some of them are end up going like with self-deporting, they'll end up going back to their country anyway. They come here because they know they can make money here. It's a few.
Exactly.
It's a few that like, okay, this is it for me. This is where I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die in the U.S. But some are just coming here, use the resources, use our system to get money, and then they'll build a big mansion back or wherever they're from.
Yeah, they go back home and they live like kings.
Yeah.
I got a coworker that I used to work with. He's got dual citizenship here and in Mexico.
Okay.
He says, and he has a small business and everything else, and he works full time, so he, makes sure that he has insurance and everything. He says that when he retires, he's going back to Mexico to live like a king. He's not staying here. $1.2 billion a year leaves this country and goes outside the United States in remittances. 60 million of it alone goes to Mexico.
Yeah, they everything they work for, they send it back home. They don't. Yep. They're not here. They just here, the work and get money because they can get good money here, and then they just send money back and they open businesses and they do whatever else they do with the money. And then once they make enough, or they feel like they were ready to retire, they go back to their country. Got a big mansion with a pool. Everything is built up all from money they made in the States. On paper,
I have a friend of mine
they be like a ghost.
When I lived in Connecticut, that was from Portugal. He owned the house that he lived in. He owned a building that had a bar in it. He sold everything, and he went back to Portugal, living like a king.
Wow.
He said to me, anytime you want to come to Portugal, you come and you stay with me.
Wow. Unbelievable. Wow.
You get a lot of people that do that. A lot of people.
Yeah, that's the hustle. That's the hustle. They come here, but like you're right. You said you should be in politics. You said tell them to implement the draft, and we'll see who really want to be here.
These people they're coming across the border carrying their country's flag.
Yeah.
They're not coming here to do anything from America. If I turn around and said, "Oh, you want to come to America?" Guess what? United States government owns you now.
Yeah.
You're going to be drafted into the military. And you know something? We're not sending American soldiers over there to Ukraine or some other country to fight. We're sending you.
So they weren't like that. They weren't like that at all.
Nope.
No,
they just not like that at all.
They want to come here, work, and get a job so they can make some money and go back to their country. It's only a few that that are smart that can go to like law school or go to like medical school or be an accountant or something like that will get jobs like that. But the majority of them is just they use America as what's the slang term? A money grab. It's a money grab to them. They just come here to grab money.
The thing is, in the Constitution, when you read the 14th Amendment, it talks about the U.S. having charge over its citizens, over the citizenry. Okay.
Okay.
When you are a U.S. citizen, the United States has charge over you.
Okay.
If you're an illegal immigrant in this country, technically the United States government does not have charge over you because you're not a citizen.
You're not a citizen. And then
that's why these people could turn around and go back to their country. You go to some other country and try to do what these migrants are doing here, they're going to send you back. Why? Because that country does not have charge over you. That's why they deport you.
Yes, that is true.
That's why the Dominican Republic is deporting all of the Haitians.
Yeah, because it's not their country, and they only give them a 3-month visa, and I heard it's pretty hard for them to get like permanent stay there. You can get it, but it's like you got to pay a bunch of money, some kind of money and stuff. So the Haitians, what they do, they go there for like the 3 months, and they just stay in the Dominican Republic. They don't go back home. They just stay there. And then if they get caught on the street or do something, it depends on how the Dominican immigration is feeling. If they feel like, we feel like deporting Haitians today, then you're going back.
Yep.
You could have a house, car, everything. You could be established. You could have been sitting there for like 2-3 years, getting yourself established, and they'll still send you back.
But like we were saying earlier, you can come into this country illegally as long as you're staying under the radar and you're not getting into any trouble,
Oh yeah.
you can stay here for the rest of your life and nobody bother you.
Nobody wouldn't bother you. You wouldn't even run into law enforcement. If you run in a certain circle, you wouldn't even run into law enforcement. You wouldn't even run into law enforcement. This was proven. It was a mafia guy they was looking for back in the day, committed a whole bunch of murders and stuff. He hid in the States. They thought he left the country. He was in the States for like 15, 20 years. FBI, DA, law enforcement didn't even know he was here. They was shocked when they caught him. And the only reason they caught him because he got a passport and he started traveling. He was in Venice Beach for like 20 years. They couldn't believe he was in the States. Don't cause no problems. Go to work, come home. He had got a passport, and that's when he got in the problem. But obviously, he got it illegal under some other name. Obviously, he didn't get it under his name because they looking for him. And somewhere in between that, they found out that that's the guy they was looking for. So you can do it. And he was a mafia gangster. He was a hitman for the mafia.
As long as you are not in a position to get into any kind of legal trouble, nobody's going to bother you for the most part.
Yeah, so if he was here for 20 years, he had to pay tax. He was doing something. He had to make money. And he knew he couldn't sell drugs or do anything or do the mafia job because he know that that's going to bring the law enforcement to your doorstep.
I mean, actions like this have been going on forever. I mean, you look at even during World War II, where a lot of the German soldiers were basically smuggled into countries like Brazil and Argentina. It was being done through the Catholic Church.
Wow.
And what are they doing with the migrants? Smuggling them in through the Catholic Church.
Wow. I'm reading another comment. Stefan said, basically what he's saying, I'm summing up what he said. He's basically saying that now the migrants are here, their countries are saying they not, if you deport them, they'll send them back. They don't want them in their country. They're out of here. They're not letting them come in the country. So that's say if somebody's trying to go, Venezuela already said it, they don't want them back.
No, Venezuela's saying that they are not taking them back.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's an example. They've openly said they're not taking them back. So what about the guys that kicked the cops and beat the cops up? They got them in custody now. Eventually, they're going to be deported. They have to go back.
I think that the biggest thing that Trump can do, or whoever gets into office, is to apply pressure to Venezuela and say, you're going to take them back.
Yeah, you have to. They from your country. Or give them back to Mexico.
What they can do is set an embargo on that particular country that refuses to take their citizens back.
Yeah, how you going to say you're not going to take your citizens? They from your country. How you not going to take your citizens back?
If the United States decides to put like a naval embargo on someplace like Venezuela where they're not getting imports into their country, I mean, it's already gone down the toilet.
Yeah, they hanging on a thread. They on a thread right now.
All they have to do is take their citizens back. I mean, it's currently being done to Israel right now. The Houthi government, the Houthi rebels are basically setting an embargo on Israel so they can't get imports through the Red Sea.
Yeah, wow. So it can be done then. Yeah, I couldn't believe that Venezuela said that. They're not taking their citizens. I'm like, you bring these guys to New York, they beating up police officers, they shoplifting and they shooting at people, and you're not going to take them back because they're going to get deported. I mean, they're going to be in jail for so long before they deport them. Eventually, they're going to have to deport them. They have to go back to their country. That's where they're from. What will happen if they send them to the point of entrance, like into the States, like Mexico? The Mexican government would go crazy.
Oh, yeah. See, I believe in one thing: private prisons. You start opening up private prisons and start detaining these people and allow the American government and allow the American people to buy stock in private prisons. All it is being able to put a place to be able to put them. Yeah, start locking them up. Oh, you want to sit here and do crimes and you're not a citizen? We'll throw you in prison and let you sit there and rot. You'll get 3 hots in a cot.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be what you think it is.
Yeah, welcome to America. Yeah, because that was crazy. And then I didn't understand with the bail reform in New York. It's a lot I don't understand. Like, them guys kick cops, beat the cops up, and they let them out of jail the next day. Like, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that at all.
You and I beat up a cop. We've never hit out a person.
Yeah, kicked them in the face.
We've never did that.
They let them out like the next day. That's why they would have to, they flicking the middle finger and all that. I was so confused about it. I'm like, and then they didn't report it to ICE. So immigration basically said, like, immigration police was like, basically, they found out about this on the news just like everybody else. I'm like, what? So New York City didn't report this to you guys? Like, I was floored about a lot. I don't know everything about immigration, but we need to change a lot from just this situation. What happened in New York and Chicago with all this, something needs to be changed. They need to reevaluate these rules and regulations because a lot of stuff is crazy to me.
They need to reevaluate the sanctuary city laws because one of the laws, one of the things about being a sanctuary city is that they are not going to ask you about your immigration status. So if you commit a crime in a sanctuary city, they're not going to ask you your immigration status to be able to turn you over to ICE for you to be deported.
Wow.
So what Adams needs to do is he needs to get with the city council and it needs to be a referendum to change the law.
Wow. They need to. And what I found out is, and that's why I'm glad this migrant topic is like a big topic. I thought that each city they vote on this is not voted among the people. This is voted among the government officials vote for this. I thought the people vote for this. I thought everybody in that city votes for this. But what I was told,
the people vote for their city council members.
Okay.
That city council member is supposed to represent your district. So you're supposed to be representing the beliefs and the values of the people that live within your district. That's how you're supposed to vote. See, like the woman who is my congresswoman, she used to be on the city council.
Okay.
In our city. In my district.
Okay.
And she would go out, pound the pavement, having, meet and greets at coffee houses and stuff like that to find out what the city, the people in her district, how they felt. That's why she eventually got voted mayor.
Okay.
Because of the fact that she was such a good city councilman.
But who votes for the sanctuary cities? Who votes for that? Like, I thought, so your representative.
The city council votes on whether they're going to be a sanctuary city or not. Well, see what Chicago did when the people of Chicago started complaining about we don't want to be a sanctuary city anymore. They would not even allow an open forum for the people to air their grievances to the city council when they voted on it.
That's crazy. Wow. So some of this stuff is going right over the citizen. It's like beyond them.
When you go to Chicago, you gotta find Ford Boss Me.
Okay.
You gotta find him and sit down and talk with him.
Wow. I'm gonna try to find him.
Because I don't exactly know. I could probably go back through some of his videos and find out exactly where his shop is.
Yeah, if you find out which shop, I'll go there. That'd be the easiest way to find him.
And sit down and talk to him because he has friends that go to the city council meetings, and there's going to be a big protest in Chicago because they turned one of the recreational centers and parks that the kids would normally be able to go to after school. They closed it down and opened it up for the migrants, and the people in that district are pissed.
Oh my God.
And so they're supposed to be having a rally, and I think it's sometime this week. So I have a cousin of mine. In fact, I have two cousins of mine that work for the mayor of the city of Chicago.
Wow. They have something invested in these migrants because the stuff they're doing for them is uncalled. I've never seen this.
My one cousin, actually, well, the older cousin, it's her and her daughter actually work for Mayor Johnson.
Wow.
She's gonna be retiring at the end of the year, and they want her to stay on as a consultant. Her daughter is going to take early retirement, I think, in 2 years. And she's getting out of Chicago. She's like, I'm done. I've lived in Chicago for almost my whole life. I've worked for the mayor's office my whole life. My mother's worked for the mayor her whole life. We're done. We're out.
That's crazy.
This migrant crisis has got everybody in an uproar in Chicago.
Because it's going against everything, like everything is going against, nobody has seen nothing like this before. That's crazy. I'm checking
It's
something.
nuts. I mean, even Ford Boss Me is talking about finding some farm someplace outside of Chicago and getting out.
I don't blame them because it's crazy. And they doing whatever they want. Like they let them get away with everything. But I've never seen nothing like this.
They don't let them get away with this stuff in Texas. Not anymore. The laws that are changing, they also a proposition that's also on the books to change the law where the National Guard can actually stop illegals coming into Texas by force.
Yeah, I know Texas was doing. I seen that. Oh, Texas is standing up because they knew they couldn't wait for the Washington D.C. They have to do it on their own. They already realized what they had to do. Yeah, Texas.
We don't have a choice.
Yeah, you guys stood up first before anybody else.
And like I said before, the minute Texas does something, DeSantis is going to be like,
yeah, you said Florida follow suit.
Hold my orange juice. I'm going to one up you.
Yeah. There's going to be competition now.
I mean, even, for predators, assault a child, they're going to put you in the death penalty.
Yeah.
In Florida.
Wow.
We've executed 3 people here in Texas since the beginning of the year.
Damn. Texas ain't playing no games. Texas ain't playing no games.
We got a revolving door on execution.
What is it, a month? A month a person? Oh, my goodness.
We are not playing anymore.
Yes.
They're making a revolving door to the executioner's chair in Texas.
Wow. Damn, it was just somebody here last month. You want me to do it again? Golly.
Like I said, hold my shiner.
Yeah. Somebody wasn't looking forward to 2024, and I bet you it was them 3 guys. They wasn't looking forward to 2024.
No, they ain't looking forward to it now.
Wow.
And the laws here are only going to get tougher within the coming year.
Wow, that's crazy.
Because the laws that are on the propositions that were voted on during the primary will be voted on in November. The ones that pass will go into effect the following March.
Okay. Wow. Now another question. So, okay, hypothetically, more than likely, he's 80% chance Trump is going to be president. Like something would have to just. Something drastic would have to happen if he didn't become president. How long will it take him to reverse everything that Biden did? It's going to take a while. It's not going to. How long does it take to do these executive?
It's not going to be overnight.
Yes. Now people are going to be on his back about that.
If the Democrats maintain control of the Senate.
Yes, you guys hear that? If the Democrats control the Senate,
any bills that they won't pass any bills.
They'll veto everything.
They won't allow him. They'll veto everything. They won't allow anything to pass if the Democrats maintain control of the Senate.
What happened to this thing?
The only way that he'll be able to do things is by executive order.
What happened to this bipartisanship we always speak about? I hear government officials speak about this all the time, this bipartisanship. We never do that. We never operate with that, do we?
The sad part about it is we've got a lot of rhinos in office that are Republicans. They're just basically nothing more than Democrats.
Wow.
We've got Valerie Escobar, who's the congresswoman down here in El Paso, Texas.
Is she supposed to be Republican?
Dan Crenshaw.
Is she supposed to be Republican?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dan Crenshaw, he's another one.
Wow.
I'm hoping they get rid of Dan Crenshaw. And now you want John Cronin because what is the guy's name? Mitch McConnell is retiring at the end of the year.
Yeah.
There's other Republicans that are in the Senate that are retiring. So that's going to throw the balance of power towards the Democrats. And if you think that John Cornyn here in Texas, if he runs for a House Senate seat,
Yeah.
The Speaker of
The Speaker of the House, yeah.
He's nothing but a rhino too. He's getting on my doggone nerves.
Wow.
Because I'm trying to encourage my congresswoman, if he turns around and gets out of office, to run for his seat.
Wow. That's crazy.
Because it's going to get bad.
Have you ever heard of Georgetown, Texas? We've got Chris AA. He said I'm in Georgetown, Texas. Lou, I guess a few illegal immigrants, families live in the park nearby. Police look the other way. Somebody say they're in Texas, some immigrants living there, and the police are looking the other way. They're not bothering them. They're living in a park in Georgetown, Texas. You ever heard of Georgetown, Texas? I had never heard of Georgetown, Texas.
I've heard of it. Okay. I've never been there.
Yeah, they said some illegal immigrants are living there, and the cops, nobody's doing nothing about it. They're just letting them live.
The cops more or less kind of turn their head. If they're not breaking any obvious laws, for the most part, police aren't going to bother you.
Yeah, because they got real crime to worry about. A lot of times I don't like putting pressure on the police because some of them they actually got real crime to worry about. They sitting there doing paperwork for that, and then somebody getting shot, stabbed up the street. What's more important,
They got to do the documentation on every arrest, and that takes time.
Yeah.
I used to date some cops back when I lived in Connecticut when I was younger.
Uh-huh.
If you want to commit a crime, you do it during shift change.
Oh, wow.
That's what if you really want to commit a crime, you do it during shift change.
What, like 3, 4 o'clock? I guess the first shift is if they have overnights, the overnight cops get off at like 7, 8 in the morning.
Yeah, because I think here shift changes at 6:30.
Okay.
In my area.
Okay. So you do it between there.
Because you're going to do it at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning during shift change. Now, see, I used to one particular job. I used to leave at 6:30 in the morning, and the time I had 4 cops sitting out at my front door was right at before shift change.
Okay.
They had a domestic disturbance, but it was at the building across from me, and they had the wrong apartment.
Wow.
Well, at least the cop took out my trash. I mean, I felt good about that. Because he scared me. I opened the front door. I got 4 cops standing there.
You like,
I had my garbage in my hand. I had my knapsack. I'm getting ready to leave for work, and there's 4 cops standing at my door.
I know you're like, what is going on with this?
I dropped the bag, raised my hand like, what's up?
There's a comedian.
And he's like,
oh my God.
Everything okay? I said, it's not me. We got a report of a domestic disturbance. And these people had been having a knockdown, drag out fight from like 4 o'clock in the morning on. I said, no, it's the building across the street.
Wow.
And they're like, oh, we're sorry. And I guess they started up again. And the one cop, Officer Hamill, I'll never forget him. He's like, you want me to grab that? I'm like, yeah, you gonna take out my trash? He said, yeah, I'll grab that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
they felt bad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm sitting there nearly, having a coronary. I got 4 cops at my door.
Yeah.
Last time I had 4 cops at my door, I was throwing a party.
Oh man, it's a comedian.
And they were invited.
Oh my goodness. It ain't a
party till the cops come.
Oh my God. There's a comedian. He said a joke, something like that. He said, in my neighborhood, the cops used to stop us so much. Or like knock on our doors or stop us so much. He said, I used to have to think, did I commit a crime? Like, he said, you almost be like, what did I do? You start playing back all your steps for the day. Like, okay, I drove my car, went here, went there. You like, what did I do wrong? Like, we got the wrong person. Okay.
Imagine if they turn around trying to hit that door, kicking it in.
Yeah.
Oh man. That would have I would have ended up wasting a cop.
Yeah. Because you would have just started shooting, you wouldn't have known. You're like, who's this?
Exactly, especially at anybody 6:30 in the morning.
Hope they got the vest on and you didn't aim for their head. Oh my goodness,
I
Jay.
used to live when I lived in Connecticut. The woman that lived next door to me turned out to be a Karen.
Uh-oh. A
And,
Karen boy.
And she complained about every little thing in the world. And we had a tree stump in our backyard that my girlfriend's mother was burning out because she actually owned the house.
Okay.
So she called the fire department on me.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
She comes over first. I was at work. She comes over. She tells my mother-in-law, "Oh, you need to put that out because smoke's getting in my window." Now, this is a little old Polish lady. She doesn't want to make any trouble, so she puts it out. So I get home, and I'm like, I thought you were going to burn out the stump. She said, "Oh, the neighbors. She complained, and I don't want to, I don't want problems." I said, "Go over there and burn that stump out if you want." So she goes over, and so she starts up the fire again. Now this woman comes out, knocks on my door. And so now I open the door, and she's real nasty. "I thought I told you to put that smoke out." And I said, "You don't live over here, so get out my face and have a nice day." I closed the door.
Mm-hmm.
Not even 15 minutes later, the fire department showed up.
Wow.
So the fire department gets there and everything. I'm talking to the fire marshal. This woman didn't realize is that the fire marshal's father lived in the house behind us.
Unbelievable.
And I knew the fire marshal because doing safety and you have to do building inspections and stuff of that nature with the fire department.
Wow.
So he's like, "What's up?" And I said, "Yeah, it's just the neighbor next door just being stupid." "Well, can I take a look, make sure everything is safe? Even though I know you got everything safe, I just want to check and make sure."
Yeah.
So I go and take him in the backyard. I had my fire extinguishers out. I had the hose set up just in case, it got out of hand or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah, I'm not worried about it." I turned around and I told the fire marshal, I said, "What are you guys doing next Saturday?" And because it's all volunteer.
Yeah.
And he's like, "I don't know, probably just sitting around the firehouse if we don't get a call." I said, next Saturday about 2:00, you're going to get a call." I said, "Bring your appetite."
Wow.
Sure is. I went out and I went to Home Depot and I bought a smoker.
Wow.
By the time she called the fire department and the fire department came, I fed them all.
Wow.
I said, and I looked at it, I said, "Yeah, complain about that. I'm feeding them lunch. Complain about that."
Wow.
She was mad. She was mad. I said, "You can keep coming in all you want. I'm only going to do nothing but feed them every time they come."
Yeah. You can't do nothing about them. They law enforcement. You can't do nothing about them.
Because where I lived at in Monroe, you have minimum acreages in certain parts of Connecticut still. In Monroe, your minimum acreage was an acre. We lived on like an acre and a third, acre and a half. In Newtown, it's 3 acres.
Okay.
In Easton, it's 5 acres.
In
Trumbull, which also borders Monroe, I think it's an acre as well.
Okay.
So you have minimum acreages with the house that you have.
Wow.
That's a part of the town ordinances. So if you go to buy a house in Newtown, Connecticut, it's minimum of 3 acres.
Wow. Are you for real?
And the reason why you have so many property disputes, the stone walls, when you drive through New England, you see those stone walls. Everybody thinks that those are the property lines, and that's not always the case.
Oh, wow, it's not.
Because they were estates. And what a lot of times that they did is they, cornered off a part of the estate for their children to have a home. So that property line may be still a part of the state, but it just goes through the middle of the property.
Wow.
Because I had a neighbor who put a well on our property. And she says, "No, your property ends at the stone wall." I said, "No, it doesn't. Our property ends at that tree all the way in the back, and you just put a well on our property. Thank you very much. We got 2 wells now." "Well, I'm gonna dig it up." And I said, "No, you can't." I said, "If you enter our property," I said, "I will have you arrested."
She said, "I have you arrested."
And they spent like close to $3,500 putting that well in.
Oh, wow.
And there wasn't anything that they could do about it. That take the L.
Yeah, take the
Take
L.
the L and be done with it. And people are going to start finding out when they buy a lot of these homes and stuff like that, that what you think is your property line is not your property line.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
And it happens here in Texas. I just found out a friend of mine, his uncle left him his estate. 3,200 acres he left him.
3,200 acres?
Yep. It's one of the biggest farms in the state of Texas. He had a house on one of the kind of part of the ranch. He found that there were migrants that were illegals living in that house. And so he went to the sheriff, and first he went there. He works for the Department of Defense, actually. And he went there and told them, what are you doing? Oh, the real estate agent said that we can live in this house. We've been living here for the last 6 months.
Uh-huh.
And so he turned around and told them, no, you got to go. You got to move. You got to get out. And so he went to the sheriff and told him, you got to get him up out of here.
Wow.
And because of squatters' rights, he has to now go to court to get a court order to get them out.
That takes forever.
The illegals now are starting to learn about squatters' rights here in America.
Yeah, they're doing it in New York. They did it in New York. They had somewhere they couldn't get them off the property. The cops couldn't even get them off the property.
They're gonna, I'll let them live in my house. You let them live in your house, you'll never get rid of them.
You be pissed off.
Because the only thing that they'll have to do is claim squatters' rights, and you got to take them to court to get them out.
And that takes a while. That's not 1, 2, 3. Wow.
People just don't understand what the repercussions is from having these people here undocumented and giving them all the freebies.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, they they doing all of it in New York. New York is like the poster city for everything. New York is like the poster city for this right now. They're doing whatever they want in New York City. New York is the poster city for this. New York is the poster. You still there? Uh-oh, the Wi-Fi. And we probably in the live soon. I think her phone went off. And we will end the live soon, man. We've been on the live for like 4 hours. Yeah. I think her phone died. I think maybe her phone died. NYC, Bogota, Colombia. Dark Side 44. Great information, man. She had a lot to say. She gave some great information, man. We touched on a lot of subjects today, man. We always talk about the migrant crisis. We're talking about me traveling as a traveler and all that. We explained a lot today. So I think that's it for now, guys, man. Guess we're in the live. The battery is dying on. Let me see. I don't know what happened. Let me see something. Let me double check something. That's it for now, guys. I think I'm gonna end the live. Thank you, Dark Side 44 coming on live. Big Hawk, thank you for coming on. Thank you, guys. Talk to you guys later, man. God bless. Great content. Everybody needs to hear this. I had no idea that we had 11 sanctuary states. Yeah, 11. Buenos noches. Talk to you guys later. Tengo un día.